Hello, good afternoon. Welcome. Okay, let's see if we can't get this finished today. That's the plan, at least. So, I've done a little bit of work between episodes. Mostly just setting up a Git repository. Specifically, I'm using Codeberg. And doing a little bit more work on... Let me actually pull the modding tab off. So we have it over here. And I have a screen from which I can drag this stuff like this over. So this is more or less finished. It's just waiting for the actual files. I don't think we're making any additional changes to this, but if we make any changes that have, or make anything, or make any decisions that change it, then we will have to change it. But yes, let's get on. Where we left off, we had just managed to get this bit to work. We need to make sure that this detection this detection here works. And for that, I'm probably going to need to create a new world, which is fine. And then we need to see if we can manipulate this to move us somewhere else. Before we do that, though, I want to get all the settings and the constructor dropped in. So let's go from there. A couple of things. All from here, the parents specifically. Oh, right, it's S settings. That shouldn't be SS settings. Yeah, that should be SS settings. Rename. Okay, now we need to pull in the actual setting information. I'm using floats there. I don't think there's any reason they can't be integers, though. Yeah, they probably want to be integers. What is that? Yeah, that's an integer. Okay. I could just do this as a string, but a numerator would work better. This is something that we've added in. Need a span of this. And I need something that I can check that against. Just in terms of figuring out how enumerators actually work. Where are you? Here we are. Okay, so they don't actually need numbers assigned into them. More than one protected modifier. Oh, it's probably just whining because we haven't finished this bit here. Spawn assignment type. The question is whether or not I can convert a string to that. Now, how would we go about doing that? Maybe by removing the quotes? To be fair, this is a string. we checking against? Must be greater than 0. Less than or less than 1. Actually, this one less than or equal to 0. We'll do it that way because that's what we're checking for. No, must be less than 0. So this one we are checking to make sure it is greater. No, less than 0. Greater than or equal to 0. That's right, yeah. Because it's a negative number. North is upwards. So it goes into the negatives. So we're making sure that the value is not 0 or greater, and is in fact a negative number. And if it is not, then set it to -1. Then do the same south. And do the other way around. This needs to be greater than 0, so if it is less than 1. And then spawn point, yeah, that needs to be 0 or greater. Spawn deviation. That is actually correct. If spawn deviation is less than 0, then spawn deviation is equal to 0. If spawn deviation is less than 1, it is equal to 1. If the south latitude is less than or equal to 0, set it to 1. If the north latitude is greater than or equal to 0, set it to -1. That, I think, is all the settings. I suppose technically we put that in the constructor last time, but this time the constructor needs to do more than just that. And then we need methods for, or we will need methods for. Oh, why would you even do that? You must be trying to type this. You've missed what, 2 letters at the start, 3 in the middle, but I'm sure you're trying to type this. That is too excessive. It is also horrendously wrong. Now I can't even remember what I was trying to type. Assign player spawn point. Bit more of a frame to work with. So this is something we need to figure out. We need to know how to store variables in the world or in the save file. Because the plan is that the default method we're going to be working with will create 2 rows of spawn points. One on the left, one on the right hand side of the world spawn, up to world height, and then randomly assign players between them. We need to know which of those spawn points have been used. We need to know how many of them are being used and on what set we're on. Because once the first set of because let's assume we have 2 sets of spawn points. It's going to randomly assign players each of these spawn points one after another until half of them are filled. Then it's going to create another set of spawn points further away and start assigning these instead. This is so that even if this is what the default random mode is going to do. So there's no guarantee that if you head in one particular direction, you will meet another player after you've passed spawn point deviation. Distance between spawns. After you've passed that kind of distance. Provides it to be a lot more random. So we need to know which iteration we're on. So once we've used 5, we need to store a variable that counts the iteration, so that we can then push the spawn points further out and start again. Theoretically, we could do that just by keeping track of the total number that have been used, but I also want to try and make sure that if somebody were to mess with the settings and restart the server after spawn points have been assigned, it's not going to fall over itself. I'm not going to put in any protections in place to stop things from or stop people from spawning directly next to each other if somebody changes the settings in the server. But I do still want it to gracefully be able to continue on even if the settings don't match anymore. So I don't think this bit here, the bits of data that we're saving, necessarily need to care, or they shouldn't need to care, what the assigned north-south latitudes or distance between spawns were. It only needs to know what spawn points... Actually, that is something that could be a problem. If they change, so like it changes in such a way that it has more vertical spawn points. So, for example, these become valid. that could cause a problem because it changes the number of points available in the current loop. It's less of a problem for sequential, though, I don't think. It depends on how we count it. So long as we count it the same way, then we just need to know which ones from the current loop have been assigned. And if they increase the size and it messes with the grid, that's on the user. But it will then, so if there's an extra 2 points, it will be allowed to assign one more player. We don't need to, or we shouldn't need to know the total number of points that have or are in the current grid. We just need to know which one of those points have been assigned. And if it shrinks, then when it checks whether or not it's used too many or whether or not it's used the 50% points, we'll just make sure it checks for 50% or more. Then it will expand out into the next stage. So I need to keep list of use spawn points from the current loop. And then the loop that we're on. Hello, Crusading. It is a very good game. Do I need to permanently save anything else other than which points are used and the loop? The important thing is just that it doesn't fall over if somebody changes the settings, not that it manages to figure out what the hell the server admin was doing when they changed the settings. I think that's probably enough, but we'll think about that a bit more later. Right, before we continue on, we should make sure that this is working. Can I get access to the console log from the instance? Should be able to. Exception logger. Instance.logger. Notice. Debug, actually. Let me guess. Actually, no. Is logger actually an instance? World config get string, not what we're looking for. Or is it an object? It is a field. It's a static field. So I should just be able to get it then. God damn it. It must be a private field. Where are you? Public static logger. Oh no, it is a field. I should be able to call that. Static field. So why do you have an issue with that? Member server main logger cannot be accessed with an instance reference. Qualify it with a type name instead. Public static logger logger. There we go. Okay, let's see if that will actually do anything. Okay, something failed. Ah, damn it. Trying to do some clever things in the project file. I'm gonna have to ask Duck AI how this is supposed to work. How can I assign a folder to be included in the output directory? A version of this that works on a folder rather than a file. Okay. Including type folder in the output structure, you can use the content element with wildcards, specifying the files within that folder. This pattern includes all files in the asset folder and any subfolders. And the ** wildcard matches any subdirectories and new files. Copy to output directory. Preserve newest. This setting ensures that the files are copied to the output directory only if they are newer than the existing files. So this kind of works. My concern is that that's going to copy the individual files and not actually create the folder. We can check. Okay. While that loads up, let me just check the output folder. Okay, that has actually copied the source folder. Good. It is doing the job for me so that I can just copy the entire thing. Right, we need a new instance. keep a hold of that one. Standard is fine. Okay. Get spawn. Exception parameter does not contain a valid index. Spawned me right next to a bunch of wolves, it did. Okay, so that didn't appear to work. Source missing mod info JSON. Oh, it's treating the folder as okay, that's a little annoying. It's treating the folder as its own mod, which it's not. But that's not what the problem is. Patching exception in method. Fuzzy position. Section was throw, trying to start a mod. Exception. Patching exception. Fuzzy mod. System exception. Parameter map middle spawn position. Does not contain a valid index. Did I call it too soon? I don't think. How to start system. Okay, yeah. So I didn't like this. Not trying to write it, so it's not that it needs a reference. Why would the index not exist? I could understand why the index would be 0. There's no reason that shouldn't be set by the point at which this gets called. And this is how the base version of this does it calls it here. There it is. Player spawn X. Player spawn here just gets set to map middle. So that's just a direct copy, same type. It gets passed into here. Player spawn X and Z. I thought this bit worked. Is the problem? No, it's definitely saying the problem is with map middle spawn position, isn't it? Get position. System exception. Parameter. Map middle spawn position does not contain a valid index. So, do you have an issue with the way that I am using it or the way that it is being created? We should also probably remove that and then just copy it manually, due to how... Why did you close all the other files? What'd you do that for? It's still part of the project. Dumbass thing. I just don't want you to include them in the output anymore. Wholesale. I don't want you to build the damn things. Microsoft software always does exactly what you want it to. We should create a new world because that's how it died. See if it does the same thing. Okay, we need to delete that folder. Yeah, same thing. Which is weird because I thought that ran previously. So it doesn't like this in general, which is weird. What did I get wrong, Harmony? Oh, you probably shouldn't or don't need to be in there, do you? That's probably the reason. It's a public field. Or was it? If it's not a public field, the problem may actually be that I'm missing an underscore. Entity spawn position, default spawn position. Yeah, it's a public field. I have no need to be summoning it that way. So we go instance stopped. That. That's what we actually wanted to do. Okay, so the thing that we're looking for is for that message to come through. That's it. If that message comes through, then we are successfully intercepting when the server tries to spawn us at ward spawn, or the middle of the map. That's a wholly different error. Oh, I know why. I assume... Okay, good. Server debug attempting to move spawn point. Attempting to move spawn point. So that's worked. It's thrown an error just because the configuration file we have saved in the minute has the wrong things in it. Okay, that should have fixed that. Are there any other tweaks we need to make? There's a JSON parser that threw a bunch of exceptions. Sure, we get the feedback from that. Yeah, that's correctly capturing that. We need to make sure that it doesn't capture modified spawn points as well. Kind of wish I could turn the patches on and off. Reflections method, how many patch, system reflection, method base original. Patch all. Patch category. Patch all categorize, uncategorize. That's probably what we would want to call. We've not assigned this a category, but I do believe there is a way to assign it a category. Annotations. Instead of adding a lot of reflection code, you can use annotations to define your original and patch methods, which is the way we're doing it. When you call harmony.patch all, Harmony will go through all classes and methods. You can selectively apply certain patches. Harmony patch category with the can be used with Harmony patch category to mark specific path classes to apply. Alongside this, Harmony patch all can be used. Patch class can be public and basic items. Okay. Okay, so we can check that by seeing whether or not, because I think configuration as it is should load respawn protection but should not load scatter spawn. Delete that. Create a new world. Actually, I want to slightly customize this. Place me bang on world center. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, let's have a look. Doesn't look like there's any crashes. And it does look like the bubble of protection did apply. Technically it applied twice. And it popped twice. Now why'd you do that? Oh, I suppose player create and player join. Yeah, I suppose player create and player join would both trigger. So we need to make a tweak to respawn protection. A simple way to do this? Or do I have to iterate through all watched players? Add remove clear for each. Remove range. Binary search. Search a range of elements in sorted list. I think there's a lambda expression we could use to find or to do a specific search, but we're just as well looping it. I'm trying to be clever. Honestly, this IDE is... If I've typed if and pressed space, I want an if statement, not something else. The number of times it's tried to put something else there is just annoying. If not already watched. Then do all of that. I mean, technically I go if not already watched, return. For each watched player, I actually wouldn't mind you creating this for me. It doesn't want to create the loop for me. I'm very sure it's created that for loop before. For each watched player. One. It's not telling me that this will never be checked. Fairly sure that for loop is correct. There we go. For each var item in items. So yeah, that's fine. That should do it. Loop the watch list. And if we don't find the player, add them to the list. Okay, let's check the other things. Everything else looks fine. Let's create a new world. Make sure that doesn't happen again. Actually, no, that change won't take effect because we need to rebuild. I think I'm capturing... Am I capturing when a player logs out? For respawn protection? We are not. We could and maybe should do. I mean, it'll resolve itself anyway. Will this cause a crash? No, because the reference to player shouldn't get freed until it's no longer used. So even if the player logs out and the server forgets about the player, the reference should still be valid until this is done with player. So timeout would eventually clean it out, but I think we should in fact go and just to be absolutely as bulletproof as I can think of making it. In theory, it should not be possible for a player to die while under the effect of the magical bubble, because nothing will attack them and they can't move. But let's say another player kills the player under the effect of the magical bubble. That would be an edge case that would, in fact, calls it. So, respawn protection enabled. I think we want, what do we want to call this? We can't just call this because we'd need to get the list of watched players first. So we do need another internal method. Which will then call deactivate magic bubble. This is wrong, and I'm surprised it didn't tell me as such. I'm wondering is whether return will exit out of the for loop or just the function. Either way, it should be fine. Because once we found the item or the thing we're looking for, then we don't want to keep processing the list anymore, so we can just drop out. Whether it returns us to here doesn't matter, just so long as it doesn't keep processing the list. Okay. The player leaves. There we go. Now that's protection for those. We have apparently forgotten something. We have forgotten to rename that function. And no, we put it delete rather than death. That's why. Right, yeah. There's additional... the def message has an additional parameter it needs assigned to its callbacks. Which one are we looking at? Server. It's not this, it's server event API. We'll have somewhere in it. Oh, we should add in disconnect as well. Leave disconnect. Def. Player def delegate. also needs damage source. Which we'll call DS because we're not using, we don't care. Leave and disconnect. Basically the same thing as far as we're concerned. So they can both be handled by the same events. Well, I imagine they both get triggered. What do you say about the two? Called when a player intentionally leaves. Called whenever a player disconnects. Timeout, leave, disconnect, kick, etc. So I don't think we need leave, we just need disconnect. Because it includes leave. Okay, let's make sure that still works. Okay, give an item, 1 bubble of protection. I'm still seeing 2 messages for bubble of protection, so it didn't work. How could the objects be different? Oh, bollocks, that's why. No, that is right. Search through. We changed one of them, we didn't change the other one, that's why. We fixed it in the new one we created, we didn't fix it in the existing one. I don't get why that is white and that one is blue. It recognizes that they are the same thing. And that will remove the player from the list. Okay. Try again. This is not the bit we're supposed to be working on today. Okay, I see one message for Magical Bubble of Protection. Good, and if we move, we lose 1 Magical Bubble of Protection. We leave. Let's just make sure that didn't cause an error. Okay. Rejoin should create us a new bubble of protection. Good. And now, what if we leave before destroying game session? It kicked the player. It technically didn't pop their bubble. Or at the very least, the client didn't get the message for popping their bubble. Mod and system namespace is now saving everything. Client chat, welcome. Yeah, it didn't send the message. That may just be because the server's stopping. Cause deactivate bubble. Yeah, I imagine it's just that the message couldn't get delivered. Although, shouldn't the verbose debugger be giving me that information? Well, it's supposed to tell me when it creates one, and it hasn't been doing, which means I probably actually need to look in the log files. Server debug. Scroll down to the bottom. Respawn protection, add in, remove in. Okay, so yeah, it is doing it. It's just the message doesn't make it through to the client before the client gets booted. That is fine. Okay, next step. Now we enable scatter spawn. This should enable the scatter spawn patch. Technically, I know we have moved. So it's not going to spawn us anywhere, but we can kill ourselves. Mostly we just wanted to make sure that okay. Didn't see any errors. Right. And killing myself did pop my bubble of protection, so that at least working. Respawn. Server debug attempted to move spawn point skidding. Left mouse down. Bubble of protection surrounds you. Client connected, resuming game calendar, welcome, may his 5 and prosper. It should have tried to put me at... Yeah, something isn't right there. I don't think that worked. Attempting to move spawn point. Oh wait, no. That is the message. Server debug attempting to move spawn point. Ah, right, yeah. So the reason... So what threw me... The message is there, so it has worked. The patch has now applied. And it's applying selectively only when the module is enabled. The thing that threw me is that here is the message that we're looking for. Which is good. That's what I wanted to see. However, messages that come from mods for example, the one, where are you? It must be in here then. No, it's got to be, where are you? Because I need to turn that off. Here it is. So this bit here is responsible for this message here. And this message here comes with the mod name, because that's the thing that's called it. So I was looking for that, and it's not there. And the reason it's not there is because the actual message isn't coming from a mod, it's coming from a patch to base code, or to the game's base code, which is why it says it's coming from the server. That's fine, just so long as we know that it's here. And we can always do that. I will add this here now so I remember to do it later. There we go. We're going to comment it out. Actually, no, we'll leave it in for now because we need to do some other things. So now that we've confirmed that this bit of code is working, and it is trying to put us just put myself in creative mode. Yeah, now that we know that that bit of code is working and it is detecting when we spawn in the middle of the world, we need to test to make sure it still works when we spawn somewhere else, when we have changed our default spawn location. So if we grab this, we bind ourselves here, and we do this again. Sorry, we bind ourselves there. Whoopsie daisy. Well, it'll still work. And now we kill ourselves. Then, when I respawn, has died, you've re-emerged at your return point, will vanish after 90 more uses. Gain 9999 HP through heal. Bubble of protection surrounds you. Bubble pops. Okay, so that's good. Can I remove that spawn point without just dying 19 times? I should have changed that in the options to make it only run like twice. Make it easier to test. Yeah, we'll create a new world when we need to do that. And now, though, this is doing what it needs to do. It's only picking up or when we specifically spawn in the middle of the map, or at least the game tries to spawn us in the middle of the map, taking into account the possibility of a spawn radius being assigned. Load config, get string, spawn radius to int. Okay. What's the next step? Is the next step assigning... We need to assign the player their new spawn point. At this point, it doesn't really matter where that spawn point is. We just need to make sure that we can assign it and then move them. And I am going to need a new instance where I know where the middle of the world is, so that we can confirm that we have in fact moved. I think this is backwards, isn't it? That way round? Isn't it like the first way round? Which way round does it need to be? Okay, that is the right way round. Oh yeah, it's throwing a problem because it's not got a valid spawn point, I don't think. The non-generic method. Oh, is there a difference between the two? Oh, that seems like an oversight on the developer's part. This wants to be internal because it needs to be called from outside. Yes, we know. This wants to get called in the event of player being created. Or a player respawning. What we don't know at the minute is whether or not this fires before or after. We can figure that out actually. We can figure that out fairly easily at this point. Whether it triggers before or after the this method gets called. Okay. What overloads do we have access to? Oh, XYZ, that's all it needs. That being the case, let's just use this then. For reference, I don't think I'm at sea level, but we're at 110. For now, we'll hard code it. Alright, shifting us into the middle of the block. Let's rephrase this custom spawn. I wonder if I have access to the middle of the map. Just in terms of from the API. Catmap region chunk. I mean, it may just be a field. Oh, iServer chunk, get server mod data, get server mod second, get mod data. That's for the chunk rather than the world. Is there a get and set for chunk load options, chunk peak options? Mod data for the world. Okay, that's a function we're going to need. Int get map size. Okay, yeah, we're going to have to actually just look through or search this. All the regions, save game. Actually, maybe the save game that we need. Rather than the world. World accessor. Get map region, get map chunk, get chunk. Get next unique ID or auto-generate chunk. Send chunk. Peak chunk column. Create a chunk at a given coordinates. Completely bypass any existing world data and cache methods. In other words, generates a chunk from scratch without keeping it in the list of loaded chunks. Test chunk exists. Map size XYZ. Retrieve the default spawn position XYZ coordinates. Permanently sets the default spawn position. I do believe we probably need that. Maybe. And there's iSave game. Get data, store data. Gets previously saved object from save data. Returns null if no such data was, and then the key is previously set. Store data. So be using these. Gets previously saved object. I might need to ask the community as to what's the best way to do that particular part of this, but it's not relevant for short term. So I think we still have it in our paste buffer, don't we? Nope, we don't. Never copied it. Let's paste all of this. Finds the first Y position that is solid to stand on. Returns null if the chunk is not loaded. XYZ, so let's see. World player data, something else. That's arbitrary. Allow certain of arbitrary permanently stored mod data attached to this player, not synced to the client. Oh, that is how we're doing it in here, isn't it? Oh no, this one's just set mod data. So what's the difference between server.set mod data and world player data.set mod data? Okay, I think in that case we can't get it from player, we'll need to get it from... It is XYZ, but we only want X from it. Okay, before we save and test this, we need to create known conditions. Okay, that will drop us directly on world spawn. Right. Just need a block of some description. A distinct block. That'll do. Actually, no, let's go for something slightly more easier to see. Here's word spawn. We have it 0, 0. Right, now we leave. We quit. We take this on player create. That's already in there. Create, play, and respawn. Already done that. Good. That will assign the spawn location. And then what we want to do This may result in spawning in the floor. Let's move it up a bit. And I need this to provide me with a log message. Okay. This might not work on the first death. It depends on the order of operations, and that's what we need to know. We need to know which way round these get called, and then whether or not the adjustment will actually work. Actually, we need to make a change. We need to see if this contains anything. Retrieves, but what if the data doesn't exist? How do I check if the data exists? All right, default value. And if it doesn't exist, the default is null, return null. We did do that check in here, didn't we? Ah, right, no, this one's because it's checking the direct boolean, we just have it return false instead. If that doesn't exist, it just returns false, that's fine. This one, we need it to return null and then not do anything with it. Okay. I need a log file. Okay. Nothing broke according to it. If we kill ourselves, respawn. Assign player spawn point for skidding. Wait a second, that's missing its, which one came through? That's bizarre. Why is that missing the fact that it was sent from the mod? Is it that once it's initialized, it stops using those messages? To say which ones? Okay, so it assigned our spawn point. But we didn't get the message for attempting to move the spawn point. So that assumes that we are going to need to teleport people on the first time their spawn point is created. So let's kill again. And if we respawn now, we should be exactly 10 blocks away in a diagonal. So I'm guessing that way then. Not quite. It was the other diagonal. Okay, so it is working. All the pieces are working. And we now know we need to teleport. So this method here wants to be if player dot get player data or get mod data, player spawn position. Is equal to null. Then do the rest of this. Check if player has csint ss custom spawn. No custom spawn currently assigned. Assign a new one. Teleport the player to their custom spawn. Now the next bit of this question is, if we're going to teleport them to the custom spawn, do we also need to add in, well, on the first time they spawn, are we okay dropping them clean on top of their custom spawn? Or do we want to add in the server radius? Do we want to figure out how we get this value? World config get string. I reckon that's going to be easy enough to get, actually. Okay, you don't like that? Why? Retrieve string or data value if key not found. The type SKQ engine. Is it because I've not assigned it to anything? API data structure, get string. It looks like it might want to work. Let's try and type this out. World dot. We can get config. Okay, so yeah, the method is valid. It's probably just because we haven't assigned it to anything. Or is it because it needs a try catch or something? That just works. Why does this not? Retrieve. The type SK color is defined as an assembly but is not referenced. You must add a reference to assembly. Are you saying this needs install package ski sharp? Object. IntelliCode. Values. Get tree attributes. Get has int. Okay, we need to check to make sure that works. Okay, we need to temporarily disable that so that it runs anyway. Let me just check the spelling on this. I think I did copy paste this out of here, but nonetheless. Save. This might be able to just work without needing to rebuild. It's not complaining that it can't. Okay. Yeah, no, it didn't fire a message, so we are going to need to restart the server. Yeah, restart the server. We'll restart the entire client. Just to be sure. I'm not quite sure to what degree it will allow us to modify things while running. Yeah, let's just drop that over there. Okay, it should drop us back here. Spawn radius is 0. That is what we have it set to. Let's create a new world that doesn't have a default spawn radius of 0. I'm going to leave that one there for testing. Okay, that's fine. We should be able to get the answer to this before we even need to finish logging in. It's still going to drop us... There it is, spawn radius 50. Good, that works. Okay. I kind of want to be able to trace this back to the place that called it from, but we accidentally closed that file. Let's find that file again. What we want is breakpoint here. Breakpoint is not currently be hit. Copy of something was found in VintageStory, but the current source code is different from the version in to allow this page to be hit. To allow this phone to be hit, hover over the breakpoint, click the settings button, and then click location. Oh wait, hover over this, click settings. Click location. That's supposed to be different from the original. Close. Now executable, go in the debugger code, type with this line. Possible cause include... I'm fairly sure we've had this work before. And maybe because it's put it here, let's put it here instead. We have modified that method, and that may be why it's taking slight exception to it. Okay. The main thing we want is the stack trace. Okay. Rather than having it here in a method we're changing, we'll go to a method that we know this calls. This one here. And we'll add it here instead. If we run this client... No, it's still losing track of it. So allow this page to be hit, hovering settings, go location, allow sources to be different from the original. Close. It disappeared. Okay. Technically the source file shouldn't have changed. We've not updated since we opened or decompiled that file. And I'm fairly sure we had breakpoints explicitly in that file before. Exception thrown. .NET TP worker. Okay. We'll have to do it the other way around. That is to say, we'll have to do it by grabbing from here and stack tracing that. Although even that's saying that it... They're probably not going to hit. No symbol has been loaded for this document. Okay, that's fine. That that document technically hasn't been loaded yet. It will be loaded momentarily. Okay. Now it's loaded. Now if we kill ourselves and respawn, that's what we wanted. We don't need these anymore. I want the stack trace. Where are we trying to get from? Trigger player respawn. Handle special key. I think it was from in here. Yeah. Continue. Okay, now we kill ourselves again. And now we stack trace through. We can step over that. We step into that. Into that. Oh, there it is. Directly underneath the sort of thing. Okay, this is what we're looking for. Because this is what gets calls get spawn position. Now, why was we looking for this? Here. Server.location random position. Block position spawn. Position XYZ. Okay. So fuzzy entity positions position. Position XYZ, position radius 10, block position, spawn position, greater than or equal to, server supply chunk, adjust for save spawn point. Delegate block position, found position. So we can't find a position, it spawns them back at the original position with no radius. Server supply chunk adjust for save. I wonder if locate random position is a valid method. Either way. Debug. Delete all breakpoints. Yes. We got the file and the information we needed. Continue. So that's just server, not server API. Let's just check the API to see if this is even a function. Okay, it's not. Okay, it's possible. Nope. So it's not something that we can call. I wonder if it's in server main. Server main server. I don't really want to add additional code into I want to bookmark this bit. Any way I can bookmark this line? Annotate. Outline. Nope. Okay, we'll just have to try and remember that it's here. The thing we're after is locate spawn position. Public void. So we could call this from within that method. Locate random position. Center position radius, number of tries. Generate a random position. Action consumable block. Test this position. Action block position. search over. World map is position loaded. On search over as block position. There's got to be something like this in the API. I can't believe there wouldn't be. VoD manager. Current generating chunk. Save game data. Current place outland claims. Set. World access control. Get map region. Get map chunks. Get chunk. Chunk index 3D. Map index position. Get chunk. Get next unique item. Auto generate chunks. Load chunks. Load column. Test map chunk exists. Test map region exists. Broadcast chunk has chunk. Send chunk. Resend map chunk. Unload map chunk. Delete chunk. Delete map region. Get surface position. Chunk size seed. Current world name. Default world position. Default spawn position. Get block ID. Sunblood. Full relight. Get block accessor. Create chunk, load chunk. Nothing in there. Just checks core API. Event manager positions, data, network, world. Server world accessor. Loaded entities. Despawn entity. Create explosion. Thought we could do more. We may be able to do more. Config default spawn position. Default spawn position sent by the server, usually the middle of the map. API, chunk provider claims, loaded block, client level, set level seed, save game identifier, entity debug mode, asset manager, logger side, block accessor, class register. Search block, search items, get block. Spawn items, spawn, load, update. Get nearest entity. Identity by ID, nearest player. Player, play sound. Play sounds. Spawn particles, spawn cube particles. Ray trace. Callback union registers. There's privileged and registered callback. Highlight block. Storm mod config. Oh yeah, no, that's the JSON stuff. Surprised there's not a generic save get mod data in here. Where else might this be? That region map chunk. That's not really helpful because we're working up a generic position. Oh, so that's what the multiple dots mean. It's every time it reiterates on this. Searching for chunk columns suitable for player spawn. Fast chunk queuing QDel. Delegate. I mean, rather than triggering a teleport, I wonder if I can trigger a respawn. Or is there a way to teleport them back to their spawn point? If I can teleport them back to their spawn point, then that might do what I need it to do. Common API. Let's get server player first. Current chunk send reset. Connection status IP. Ping server data. Player data disconnect. Send message set role. Set spawn position, which is something else. Clear spawn position. Get spawn position. Set mod data, move mod data. Okay, let's go to iPlayer. Implements, current block, player name, UID, role data, inventory privileges, has privilege. Where is the command to teleport the player? Still in the API. Where's the server API gone? There we are. Trigger command, it's not quite what we're looking for. I play a data manager. Doubt it's in there. I mean, that's one thing I can do just to quickly check this. We have the player object. So there's not teleport that. I think we just, for the sake of simplicity, we just teleport them directly on top of their spawn position. Or their custom spawn position. Because it's already, you can already slightly randomize that position. And then server rate or spawn radius will apply when they need to respawn. We have a revive method. Check whether they're alive. Allow despawn. Death notice, reason, did attack, die. Makes the entity despawn, entities only drop. That's not a player method. Entity.player, which takes or gets the iPlayer class from it. What I wonder is whether or not, if I teleport the player, is that going to cause a problem? Well, one way to find out. Teleport to 2. We can't, well, we can use that. Let's keep a note of it. Teleport 2 is expecting X, Y, and Z. This is Tesco, don't worry about it. Cannot convert from int question mark to int. I suppose because it's optional? In here, at least? Okay. Now what we want to happen is when we first spawn, so we need to create a new world. with a radius of 0. When we first spawn, we should land bang on 0, 0. Or, sorry, 10, 10. But we may end up in the middle of a mountain. I didn't expect this this testing part of it to take this long. Okay, that has worked. It put us at 1010, which is correct. Or rather, it put us as near to 1010 as it could do. We technically got it, or got that code slightly wrong. Or did we? The teleport command is asking for an int, not a float. Or a double, rather. There are 3 overloads, though. This will be common, entity, entity. Entity player. I wonder if I can get entity as entity player. The eye position, stand up, can spawn nearby. Die, try mount, revive. Teleport to double. Action, unteleported. Null. If ignore teleport call. I would love to trigger it, just trigger a respawn. That would be the better way to solve this. Just trigger them to respawn again. Entity humanoid. On Hertz initialization. Teleport. Receive damage. On desolation. Spawn water movements. Set collision. Its behavior. Is actively running. Revive. Revive equals true. The revive doesn't move them. We know this. We know. Yeah, actually, no. There is no way to do this because we should know from the code in here, not that one, this one, the actual on-player respawn. It teleports the player. And then I think it sets them to alive. Or it should call the... Actually, no, it doesn't. Alive equals true, receive damage, revive type, heal. On fire false for each entity behavior. Yeah, no, that doesn't or move them at all. Yeah, this isn't an interface, so it's not like there's anything in here. If it's not in here, we can't do it. Do anything with it. Can pet teleport to double. Revive, try mount, die. Base revive. That's telling the player that they've revived. Okay, so what we actually want is teleport to double. And action unteleported is null. What I'm curious about is this. I would like to be able to select. There we go. Ignore teleport call equals false. If ignore teleport call, return. This world API as server API. Server API is return null. Ignore teleport. Okay, so it's blocking it while it's being run. Teleporting equals true. World manager load trunk column properties. Unloaded. X. World manager load chunk column properties. X divided by global constant chunk size Z. Global constant size equals new chunk load options. Unloaded. On player teleported. On player teleported, double action on teleported, server API. Set position, set server position. Broadcast entity packet updates. Server I play this player. Chunk, register callback. So this position before falling. double Y. I'm wondering how this decides, or if it can modify vertically where the player is being put. That's what I'm curious about. It is not aided by the fact that this window doesn't correctly align, or the text box doesn't align with the text. Because I want the Y. Suppose we can get it from... We can't get it from here because... There? Why are you so janky? GitHub. Alright, you made by Microsoft. Answers all questions. There we go. I want you to track Y, not that. Okay, Y by Y. Y isn't used in there. Y gets passed on here. Y is here. Old X, old Y. Those are the old positions. Set the positions Y. Set before falling. Register callback. Board manager has chunks, send chunks. Current player chunk set radius, or send radius. Otherwise we get an entity loop and exception spam, break the server. Get instant increment. We'll send the server position to client. Old Y, X, Z. On teleport invoke. So yeah, it just sets their position. And then checks to make sure that the chunk there is loaded. Do I have that backwards? Entity player is a type, which is not a valid given the context. Oh, it is returning an entity player. You check these things first, Nathan. And let's set the height much higher. Let's see what that does. I'm expecting that maybe on first spawn, this will drop... this is either going to spawn us in the middle of the sky, unless we get really lucky with our spawn point and it just pops there. But it's either going to spawn us well in the sky, or it's going to try to spawn us in the sky and then realize that we need to be down on the ground. we have a way to smooth this out, which we're going to need to do later at some point anyway. Okay. I know you're still looking at the right-hand screen, but in the grand scheme of things, that's all we actually need, because that's where the coordinates appear. We don't actually care what the world looks like. Absolutely not what we're trying to do here. Okay, so we are at 1:40 of the minute, confirm. And of course it spawned us in the middle of a rock. Oh, it's actually dug out the space that it spawned us. But yeah, no, this was a possible concern. So we are stuck in here because it spawned us in the middle of the mountain. We need to be more generous with the height that we're trying to spawn at. We'll do one quick re-roll. Okay, that's still got us up in the sky at the moment. There we go. Okay, so yeah, we are going to need to do a bit of extra checking. Okay. Where was that method? We've seen the method we need. Parent. Server API. World. Not world. World accessor, world manager. Surface position. Find the first Y position that is solid ground to stand on. Returns null if the chunk is not loaded. Can int be null? If it's null, it's just going to return 0. So that's fine. This still works, I think. The result of the expression is always false, since ints can never equal null. Okay, so it needs to be, it does actually need to be int question mark? But this allows an int question mark. Actually, no, it wasn't this one. It was one of the other ones. One of the other teleport methods allowed for int question mark. Or was it not a teleport command? I am misremembering. What did we specifically need to cast to int? I thought it was teleport. They're being cast to int because we're... Ah, yeah, there it is. Int question mark. What if y is null? I suppose it's if y is null, it's expecting us to handle it. Okay, so if it returns null, we need to load that chunk so that we can get surface position from it. Chunk peak options. Until which will gen pass to generate the chunk? Should be delegate additional. May need to ask the community for help on this one. Peak chunk column. Chunk X, chunk Y. Generates the chunks of the beginning core and completely bypassing the existing world data and caching method. In other words, generates a chunk from scratch without keeping it in the list of loaded chunks. This position loaded and spawn player randomly around. Entity, center position. Player spawn here. Trying to find the respawn method. I think it's a bit above this, isn't it? There we go. Get spawn position. So this bit here. Entity position, spawn position. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Has Y value. World map generates terrain surface position Y. So yeah, that's using this. Get terrain surface position. Which is part of world map. But it only gets that here. Can you get me that piece of code? Show definition. Show definition. World map. Showed. I wonder if it would let me if the game was actually running. Because it let me get this file. Okay, common API. World accessor, world chunk. Map region, map chunk. Now, it's going to be doable through stuff that we've got in here. I don't know how to do the conversions. It's probably the problem. I think World Gen concept is what I'm actually after. Okay, chunk of data holds chunk column, the separate chunk span in the world height. So yeah, we want to be getting the chunk column. Chunk column for dimension, load chunk column. Peak chunk column. I mean, there's nothing stopping me from just loading the chunks and just telling it not to keep them loaded. Generates chunk column at a given location, completely bypassing the existing world data and caching methods. In other words, generates a chunk from scratch without keeping it in the list of loaded chunks. I can foresee a problem that this could cause, but it's a problem that mods like Pt.3 warn you against, and that is you shouldn't be changing between versions that modify World Gen. But in theory, the actual grid we're not saving the grid or the locations. The way we're going to be doing it is we're saving the X or which XY location has currently been taken, and the ones that haven't will get regenerated. Okay, so yeah, no, this won't cause any problems. It won't spawn people underground, assuming this will do what I need it to do, and I think this does what I need it to do by taking the target X and dividing it by 32. Or getting the remainder of... No, dividing it by 32 and discarding the remainder. Set of chunks, given world height, for the chunk on with 8 vertical stacks of chunks, which is not what we're looking for. Yeah, well, that block accessor. Yeah, because this is actual generation, which is not what we're really looking for. Let me go to the Discord, because we're getting to the point where we're about to take a break anyway. How to phrase this? Question. I want to get the surface position of a chunk, or surface position of a block, or an XY. What would be the options to use? Until which will gen pass? Until which will gen pass to create the chunk? So if we just pass it with new peak options, then it comes through as blank. Call back for when the chunks are ready and loaded. Which we're gonna need because we need the chunk to be loaded to get the Y position. Additional config to pass into the world generator. World gen config. So let me write the code and then check whether or not we've understood. So for this, and then we want to create a lambda for onGenerated. Which is gonna need this, I think. Capital O. How'd I do that? Typecast it? It's a very weird structure. I've not really encountered it before. But it's passing a class in. We don't... all of these have default values. So it can use a generic constructor. Let's do it slightly differently. Just because I'm not quite sure how to format that way. Create a blank one. Do it that way. And then we set options.onGenerated equals that's a delegate. We need this to run linearly, though. I don't think this works as a callback. So I think we would have to generate the chunk. File C is probably using this, but it can defer all of its stuff. But this is in response to a user action. We can't allow this to just wait. So I think we load chunk. This bit's test code. The way this will actually work is this required. So the way this will actually work, we build the spawn grid, that gets us our XY locations. That can, well, that's done when the server loads. Or after the last spawn point has been used. So we can use peak chunk to do that. When the player gets assigned the spawn point, it can just pull straight from that. Keep loaded, unloaded. Action, config to pass. Callback for when the chunks are loaded and ready. Yeah, no, this has to be done via callbacks. There's no way to allow this to just wait. Which means the player will have to be teleported by a callback to run this test. Asynchronous high-priority chunk load column at given coordinates. Is there a non-asynchronous method? Asynchronous, asynchronous. It's peak. Peak doesn't say it runs asynchronous though. Loads a chunk column for the specific dimension. All send chunk column. Block testing. Block test region exists. Or blocking. Test map exists. Blocking chunk load column. Loads the given chunk can only be called before. Okay. So yeah, we have to do this by callbacks, which means we probably need to do this properly from the start. We can't keep testing the bits that we need. We can still pose the question to make sure we're understanding this correctly. The problem is explicitly the first load. Because we can use this function for all subsequent loads. It's just the fact that we can't trigger this code before the base code on their initial spawn, or on the player's initial spawn. And we should be able to grab this function. But again, only for this bit. We're not going to be done today. Damn it. I was expecting this bit to be easier. I wonder. That just wants a method. Ah, no, it wants a delegate, damn it. It wants a callback. But it's not an event. On Chunk Peak delegates. So we need to send it or provide it with a method, one way or another. Yeah, does not take 0 arguments. That's what I figured. This will give the appearance to work because it will... Oh, this chunk's loaded, so it's just going to immediately teleport us. But I can comment out that if statement, so it needs us to... Delegates. Column by chunk coordinates. I don't even know if I'm selecting the actual bit I want. What the hell is wrong with this? Okay, now we got the dictionary part. Columns by chunk coordinates. I have no idea what that is. Vector 2i dictionary. I worry that this won't have access to player. I know there's a way to give it access to player. It may not even have access to parent. This shouldn't return null. Because at this point we've generated the spawn position. I think that needs an addition to it. Oh no, just Y value should be okay. Player spawn Y. that actually have to be... That can be null. Not what I wanted to do. This is not the way around to be doing it. This is all still test code. Leave that as 200. Sorry, 200. We'll see if this works. And if it works, then we can use it as a base. And I can go get my tea. Okay, I think that worked. It spawned us at 111, which appears to be ground level. Okay, so that worked, but that worked probably because we were being teleported to a location that was generated. What if we teleport us to somewhere much further away? Like 10,000 blocks away. What happens then? So the game is going to try and spawn me in the middle of the world. And then my mod is going to say, actually, no, I want them over here. Okay, something broke catastrophically. How do I know that? Because this just opened up. Okay, well, I'm going to take a break and I'll look at that after I'm back. So I'll see you in about 15 to 20 minutes when I've had something to eat and something to drink. See you in a bit. Okay, we're back. And we've changed the title because I think there's no chance whatsoever we get this all done today. At this point, we've encountered too many walls. Solid, firm walls, but walls that have ways around and through. We just need to find them. I think I know what's caused this. I suspect. So we can see that it's got peak chunk area locking here. But I don't think this is a problem with the peak command. I think this is a problem with the height command. And I think the problem is stemming from the fact... let's just end this. I think the problem is coming from the fact that we need to do math.floor here. That's what I think is wrong. I am guessing though. It is definitely something that could cause an issue. If we work on the assumption we've got this bit right, dividing the actual X location by 32 should give us the chunk. Should. Makes sense. But the problem would be that if this, or if C# is rounding up and down, then we have problems. This needs a reference for... Oh, do you not? Is it not math law? Returns the largest integral value. D decimal. Requires an integral value of decimal. Is there a math.floor that works on int? Do I just have to typecast? Decimal, decimal, double, double. This should be returning a double. Wait, no. Why the hell would floor return a double and not an integer? Well, it wants to be decimal then, one way or the other. Now we need to type convert. Is there really an int method to do this? This seems like an incredible roundabout way for math floor to work. Duck AI. Give me an example. Let's just ask the question directly. If you can work with integers. Okay, it says there should be a math floor of integers. Oh wait, no. It gives... Okay. Use an integer division. If you're working with integers, you can simply divide, so it gives the floor value anyway. Right. So yeah, it's not that then. These values are either wrong or something else exploded. Parent default world spawn, which should be like 500,000 plus 10,000. The world is 1,000,000. That shouldn't be a problem. Technically, it's something related to this that exploded. Climate null or something. Until pass. Default is done. World gen done. Which is fine. Do we need to pass it other values? New tree attribute. Can it not just have blank ones? Because that's going to make things so much harder. Okay, let me just check. Let me ask in the Discord. Is this a valid way to use chunk column in order to get it? Now, why is it trying to spell check that line? Okay, is this a valid way to use peak chunk column in order to get the rest of the chunk that isn't loaded? Never mind this. I tested it, but I got a null pointer exception. Apparently, during peak. Do I still have the stack trace? Can I get that back? No, let's rerun it so we can see. We'll rerun it and get the exact same error, hopefully, by loading the world we created last time. Basically the same location. It might be that I've misinterpreted what peak is supposed to do. But peak would imply that it's supposed to, Peak would imply that it's supposed to, like, temporarily load it. Columns by chunk coordinates. Get service position XY. New spawn, new spawn. I would assume it's an out of scope thing if it was throwing an exception with any part of my code. But it's causing the base game to crash. What if I tell it to continue? Yeah, no, it's not going to work. Let's create a new... We'll keep that world, because that one obviously breaks. Let's create a new world. We'll just keep default settings and see if it does the same thing. Yeah, exactly the same error. So let's narrow it down. Don't bother trying to teleport. Just peek at the chunk. That's all you need to do. Just peek at the chunk. We are loading... Let's make sure that this is being loaded correctly. Yep, that's correct. Player spawn position, that's correct. New player spawn position. Well, we know this bit works. Because we've used that... No, yeah, we've used that to assign this to teleport to it. So that works fine. That's not a problem. So we know the core for X and Y is fine. Chunk X, chunk Y, Z. A data structure that holds 32 by 32 blocks. It's of note. The chunks do not span the world height. I mean, it's got to be X divided by 32. That's the only thing that would make sense for how to get the chunk X, chunk Y. World block access, map region generators, map chunk generators, chunk column generators. Chunk X and chunk Y, the coordinates of the chunk being generated. These are converted. To convert these to block coordinates, multiply them by chunk size. So to convert from block to... Yeah, so that's correct. The chunk size is obtained by that. The generators that inherit... or from global constants chunk size. Well, we'll use this instead, but that should just be 32, and we should still get something. It just wouldn't put us in the right location. It would try to spawn us in the chunk that isn't there yet, but that's fine. It should just load it and then plonk us there, 200 blocks in the air. Yeah, 32. So we'll see if that breaks. If this breaks, then there's something wrong with this command. Keep an eye on the mod development Discord. Or rather, the VintageStory Discord mod development channel to see if anybody's responds to my message. I'll delete this one and create another one, just in case. Okay, that threw an exception, but it didn't die. Mod exception during events on player create will skip to the next event. Value cannot be null. Parameters ungenerated must not be null. It's not null, it's just empty. Oh, no, it is null. Because it's null by default. So one assumes it's trying to put us, yeah, near enough default spawn location. That's fine, that is. Not helpful, though. Okay. So we need to do something in here just so that it isn't blank. Actually, no, let's just leave it blank and see what happens. It has a method now that it can use. I really didn't expect this to be so much of a pain in the ass. But apparently, the developers never thought that messing around with the spawn locations may be something people want to be able to do. So this all feels like a hack. And I don't like it if the hack doesn't feel, or doesn't at least try to be friendly. climate temperature again. How far into this method did it get? Try place block for world gen. It's the climate. It's specifically the climate doesn't work when we peak. We're doing nothing else other than calling peak at the moment. I need example code for how to use this. It's not going to be helpful. Create a class. Explain the block class. Nah, this isn't going to deal with placing stuff. Code asset patching. Block entity behavior. Item moddable. World access. World gen API. Saving mod data. I think we actually already have this open, but that is something that we want to confirm how to do. I think we've already figured it out though. Moddable mods, item interaction, inventory handling, harmony patching, commands, code asset patching, chunk mod data. Getting the set blocks through the API. Nope, nothing helpful in there. Into AI raw gen. Event chunk column generation. So no, that's going to be adding this in when a chunk generates. Placing blocks during world gen. I block accessor, chunk gen block accessor, world block accessor. Maybe we're calling the API from the wrong location. And we actually want a different method. Find where to place the chest. I think this is just putting the chest anywhere randomly. It's looping through the entire thing. If chest place can less than request. Chunk X. Generate chunk column generate request. On chunk column generate. Request that chunk X, chunk Y. Multiply by chunk size plus X. So yeah, let's get in a position. Try to get a chest location. Block position, return null. Should place chest. Where's it called in should place chest? Okay, here. But it's iterating through the entire thing. I'm not entirely sure what this is doing. It basically iterates through the entire chunk. This is iterating through all chunks in the column. Should place chest. Random number. So this could, in theory, just be placing chests up in the sky. Detecting trees. Yeah, this doesn't help. I save game, store data, get the data. So yeah, this is... We need that for later. Okay, we have no help. API World Manager. Why does this not work? Peak chunk column crashes the server. I was reported 2 years ago. So 5 years ago. Open the game, run the command. Body specific API feature page. Peak chunk column, but ignore but for an entire region. I wonder if it's just broken. Because it's not, as far as I can tell, it's not crashing as a result of anything I'm doing. Unless it requires a specific extra input that I'm not being told about. Let me have a look at something else. I'm almost certain that Farseer has to use this. Did I forget to follow Farseer since it updated and I added it to the pack? I think I did. Let me drag this over here. Oh no, we did follow it. Okay, source code. Farseer. Mod system, message type. Spiral Walker. Peak. On chunk column peaked. Bar region gen. Peak waiting, peak. Test chunk exists. Okay, so let's see. How are they doing this here? If not weak if peak waiting not contain chunk ID, if mod system server configuration VoD chunks. Low chunk else. Mod system. RCA mod system. Test if the chunk exists first. Test chunk map exists. Test. Exists if exists. Then load the chunk. Else. It seems peak is about 26% faster than a full chunk generation, and less taxing on the server, not to mention disk space. Until past terrain, on generates, on chunk column peaked. Peak waiting added. Each pair column chunk coordinates. Chunk map index 2D, pair key, P waiting, pair chunk XY. Pair Y, chunk of X3 and chunk of X3. In progress region, region find. Populate region from chunk. In progress region. Grid height map. So one of the reasons I picked this specifically is I kind of expected it to be using the same function I want to be using. I get the terrain height. But I could be wrong. Map region position from 2D index. Chunk starts. Map region multiply. Chunks in region. Grid size. Height map. Cell size. For each size. Large chunk size. Position in chunk. Chunk height coordinates. Position in chunks. Board manager chunk size plus X. Sampled height. Raw gen terrain height map. Chunk height coordinates. So the problem is more just is not getting through this. This is the bit we need to run. Let's have a look. We're fairly sure our target chunk is fine. It doesn't like me creating it this way, although this isn't doing anything. So maybe the problem is not this. Maybe the problem is we need to change options. Until pass. Numerals will gen pass. Terrain. Although it was set to, or it should be set by default to done, so it shouldn't do anything until it's done. I'm not expecting this to make any difference looking at it. I mean, we can try and be more specific here. Let's get it to throw a bunch of extra login messages at us. No, stupid thing. I mean, that could happily return 0. No, let's... Oh, I wonder. Nah, it can't be. That shouldn't be the case. I'm wondering whether or not this is the thing causing the crash. But it's supposed to return null if the chunk isn't loaded. And I wonder if it's trying to peek, but it's doing it in such a way that's breaking. I'm going to leave it in for now, if for no other reason so that we can debug the outputs. We'll keep going with creating new worlds. I don't think it's that the height is too high, but we'll see. Well, the default height is being overridden and we're not teleporting, so... Why did that work? Is that really it? Does terrain come after done? Enumerator will gen pass. Done. Is the default value. Terrain features, vegetation. Done. Chunk generation complete. This pass is not triggered as an event, which is fine. That's the only valid thing we changed. Okay, let's try the other one that was broken previously. This one crashed. I am very confused right now. I am very, very confused. The only thing we've added is extra login information. And we've changed this to will gen pass terrain rather than done. Oh! No, it's a failure to understand what the actual property is for. Because it's not properly explained in the actual method. The method just tells you what the method does, not what the options do. And this doesn't tell you the options, you'd have to go to each individual option. Until which will gen pass to generate the chunk. Default done. So it's actually not, we're doing nothing wrong. But whenever it's trying to peek at a chunk, if it tries to peek at it all the way until the chunk is done rendering, it causes a crash. But all we actually want is the terrain. We just need to know how high the world is. I mean, I think technically it might still be able to spawn us in a tree. So yeah, I understand, but yeah, it shouldn't be crashing. There should be nothing stopping peak to work to done. Does not require neighboring chunks to exist. Ah! That's why it's crashing. I should have dug more or dug into the settings more. So this allows us just to load that one chunk because all we care about is how high the terrain is. Should generate 3D rocky terrain mostly. Default generation execution order. Strata, caves, block layer, soil grabbers. Beyond here, chunk loader ensures that all neighboring chunks are the same or higher pass. So how would you use peak on, not that it's relevant to us at the minute, but how would you then use peak on anything other than terrain if it requires that the neighboring terrain also be loaded? Requires neighbor chunks. Requires neighbor chunks. So I would guess then it would require that you load. That might be why someone was requesting for peak region. Either way, not relevant. We have our answer. Thank you, developer Farseer, for pointing us that we should have done a little bit more research. Okay, so if that's doing what we need it to, the next question is, does that work? just report into the Discord. Not that I think anybody noticed that I figured out the problem. Okay, so resave this, quickly double check. We'll leave all the log messages in at the minute. We'll strip that in a second. The question is mostly going to be whether or not this has access to the player. The player and parent, so whether or not this has access to the class that called it, effectively. Okay, let's delete all three of these. Create a new delete me. Right. See how this goes. Okay. Just looking at the logs. Past peak callback, so we did do the callback. Although it hasn't teleported us yet. Well, that kind of worked. So I think the problem there wasn't that it teleported us into the ground. It teleported us to a location that hadn't been generated yet. And the world tried to catch up and failed, in other words. So gravity took a hold before the world generator decided or got the terrain underneath our feet. So we fell through the terrain. That's what I think happened. I think that's fine. It just means that we're going to need to force the generation of this chunk before we teleport the player. Because the actual detection of the point is done elsewhere. But we do still need to be able to put the player here. So, right. Let's start cleaning this mess up. I think we have all of the pieces we need now. We need to test that. The rest of it I'm happy enough with. Let's strip out the extra debug information, clean this up a little bit. Sorry. Right. Let's think. We do still need this bit of code for... Do we want to get it spawn grid or... In fact, no, we don't even need that. So long as we can figure out the math right. We don't need to generate each individual spawn position and figure out the height of it and store it. I mean, we could do it ahead of time. So we just need to assign the spawn point and then teleport the player to it. So we'll assign the spawn point, generate the chunk and teleport the player to it, and know that the actual location will be fine. So we have two ways of doing this. We can do it ahead of time. So if we go back to our little grid, the way the random one will work is it will create 2 columns of spawn points. We can either just figure out the number of points that there will be, and that's just basic math going off of these values here. So this tells us the north-south range that we have to create spawn points in. This tells us how much distance needs to be between them. And we can use that math to figure out whether or not it's 1 or whether it's something higher. Multiply by 2, that gets us our total number of spawn points. And then we can divide by 2... No, mod by 2? Yeah, modulus by 2. To get, so divide by 2 will get us the column, modulus by 2 will get us the actual individual row, and that way we can just do a random number between 0 and 5 or 1 and 6, whichever way round we do it. We should do it 0 and 5, just because it makes the programming math easier. And then the grid positions are just, again, we can calculate them when we need them using these. And at that point, we just need to save which ones of these are taken, and we can just save a list of numbers. And if we just do that, that means when we get the spawn point, we need to also allocate, or we need to peek at the thing. In fact, we wouldn't even need to peek. We'll just generate it. Generate it. Once it's generated, get the height map, and then teleport directly. And because this is in theory done on create, there should be little to no delay between it happening on player creation. The other way around of doing it is when we spawn the grid, we also do the math then. We peek at all of the areas to get the height map. So that all of that is done ahead of time. But we still have to load those points. Or we'll still need to load those chunks anyway. But loading those chunks would load the chunks next to them. I think we just do it when we call get spawn point. I think we just do it all in here. This still figures out the grid. And then all of the actual code is in here. So... Okay, if the player doesn't currently have a custom spawn point, then We do need to assign the Y value to it. We may have to peek first. We may need to peek in the get command in order to have the new spawn point have the Y value. So we can put the Y value in... Actually, no, because we can leave it null. Player spawn position is allowed to have a null int as its Y. I'm going to retest creating a new world. Because the second time we spawned in, this was used. But the world would have already have been generated. But in case of this, we are just filling it in, aren't we? Do we override that? 200. Huh. Ah, no, this will have overridden the respawn mechanic. It would have teleported us into the sky and then... or the respawn would have put us up into the sky from the base code. Is what this would have done. And then this would have teleported us back down to the ground. Yeah, because peak callback is here. Attempting to move to spawn point, Here's a temple gear. Or HP lost through gravity. Or HP lost through gravity. So this was the result of the initial spawn. That's weird. That message only appears if this is not equal to null. But this should get called first. But this implies it got called second. Or did it? What's the order of operations there? Attempt to move spawn point. So we assign the spawn point here. And then we spawn in here. Client was paused while we was clicking the button to create our character. And then once we were done, things unpaused. It then spawned us twice. Using the value assigned here. But we tested this. It ran the other way around. Assign spawn point for Naya, attempting to move spawn point. Actually, check the message. Yeah, attempting to move spawn point. And there's the assigned spawn point. I'm confused. We literally tested this before we had this entire problem of trying to get the surface position. And we've figured that this ran second after this. So what would have happened? What would have happened is this one would have tried to have spawned us in the sky, and then we immediately teleported down to the ground before the ground had loaded, and then we fell through the ground. Okay, we need to test this. We need to know the... Oh, hello. Game has crashed. That's fine, we can just kill it. This still says there's an error. Alright, yeah. Okay. So we've removed all the teleport commands. Okay, currently the world still sees us as here. It has assigned our spawn point. Confirm skin, confirm class. Okay, it's put us at the spawn point. But we do nonetheless have 2 attempts to move the spawn point. Huh. Why would it call... get spawn position twice after default spawn or after spawning? How peculiar. I don't know if I need to be worried about that or not. So we have 2 messages here to move the spawn point. They happened after we spawned. So that's this code here running. And this code is run when get spawn position is run, which is part of main server. Which begs the question, why did it try to move our spawn position twice more? It did say... yeah, for me. Why did get spawn position get called 3 times after, or 2 times after we joined? 3 times total. I mean, it may be trying to update some internal value related to our player? Maybe? And if we kill ourselves now, then we're going to wind up in a death loop. No, we're on the ground where we need to be. Huh? 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 Our spawn position should be 2,200 blocks in the air. I need to interrogate my player's data. Let me just double check that. Okay, we have died attempting to move player spawn position. Sign in spawn point. Which is the only message that still remains. There's no teleport. How the devil did it figure out to put me on the ground? Oh! Oh! It's because our spawn location isn't exactly... There's a radius involved. We'll get Gen surface Y position. It's the result of this. Why can't I just call this function? Okay, so yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. But doing it this way, it did in fact figure out the X or the vertical location for us. But it wouldn't do if it was set to 0. If we do the same test, so many little things I need to know about, to keep track of, to be able to make sure that nothing goes wrong. So this should spawn us bang on 0, 0. And if we kill ourselves and respawn, this will spawn us bang on 10,010. But because we don't have a radius, it's going to spawn us at 200. Success. This is where the screen fades to grey. Oh, what's the meme? To be continued appears at the bottom of the screen. Okay. So we do definitely need to set this in the event that people don't have radius enabled. I kind of wish I could just leverage the radius commands they're using. I kind of wish I could just call this. But unfortunately, we do not have access to locate random position. It is not a built-in, or not built into the API. It's something they've coded for themselves and not given access to us. So, I don't think I can have a return value. How can I do... This is the wrong way around to do it. Okay, let's just disable. Okay. We get a new spawn point. If we've got the new spawn point for the player, then before we even write the spawn point, actually we will put in, that spawn point will include null. We will update the player data now. Or just overwrite it later. So the player data has a spawn point. Or do we? Yeah, no, we'll write it so there's something there. And then we'll do the next bit. Load chunk priority is what we want. No IDE, you've got that wrong. I was looking at that for a second and said, hang on, why did you do that? That isn't right, is it? No, it's not right. The IDE got it wrong. Okay. And then in here, once it's loaded, we get the ground position. Just in case. Why are you not like that? Ah, right, that's fine. We're going to typecast you to double anyway. because you cannot be null. And we're just going to move them up by 1, just in case. But I think that does that bit. So I'm going to pay a new spawn point and save it. Attempt to load the chunk the player would or should be spawned in, or should spawn in. And the chunk has loaded. Get the ground height of their spawn position. Save it and teleport. Save it and teleport them to it. Now, how do we handle if, for whatever reason, it cannot get that position? I can't think of any reason why it shouldn't be able to. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't check for it. What this would do, it would set their spawn position. Their Y would remain null. We should notify the player that something went wrong as well. Actually, no, it's player.send in-game error. This shows a vibrant embed text to the player's screen. If the message is null, the client will try to find a language. Code. Message equals null. Sends a vibrant red text to the player's screen. If the player message is null, the client will try to find a language using the supplied code with the in-game error, which is recommended so that errors are translated to users' local language. I forget where else we've used respawn protection, wasn't it? But I think we're just using the basic message because we can't translate things. Yeah, so let's just send a message. Group ID. Not command error. Is there a way to send an error message without using the code? Because I have no idea how to implement that. I think we have to send them an error message because something's gone wrong. Send in-game error. String code. If the message is null, the client will try to find a language entry using the supplied code prefixed with in-game error. That's all very well and good, but how would I then do the rest of that? Actually, no, let's just change the error. I wonder if... No, water should count as ground, so this only fails if for some reason the loading of the chunk fails. In theory, this should be impossible, because it only returns null if the chunk is loaded, and this is run on chunk loaded. This should be impossible to reach. But nonetheless, just in case, we should leave it there. Now for the other question. Given that this should be impossible, and that we are warning that it has happened, do we need to add this to this? Just lift them off the ground slightly. I'm still not sure why the messages being called from in here are not including the namespace anymore. I've closed the game down. Is it because I moved all of these into a subfolder? Namespace getting does not match the folder structure expected. And no, that's fine. The fact that these are in a source subfolder is irrelevant. Don't we? Yeah, no, the mod info ID is here. Mod info JSON is here. That has the mod ID in it. Let me just check the last log file. Okay, the log file is in fact still listing skidding server utilities and everything. At least for VoD. Yeah, no, for all of them. So the log file does still have it, it's just that it's not included in the console log. That's what it is. Okay, that's fine. I can live with that. Just so long as people looking at the log file know that the messages are coming from this. This needs to be here because it's a patch for this. I want to reword this. Oops, quotes in the wrong place. Long line. Do I care that that's a long line? No, I don't. I wish I knew what was calling this. Because it doesn't just get called on spawn. There must be other things requesting a location of the player's spawn point. Which is fine. But it means that the wording of the message is technically wrong. And I don't like technically. When programming is concerned, technically worked is not good enough. It needs to work. There we go. Factually accurate. As an exercise of curiosity, I would like to figure out how we can get access to this method. I think it's by way of this. Let me have a look back up when we asked Duck AI to do this for a field. And partially copy that code, because the documentation on the Harmony website it needs more examples. Okay, so method info, method info equals type of server main get method entity spawn position in quotes. Binding flags, non-public, binding flags, instance. Type, string name, type parameters null, type generic null. Get the value of an internal field. Field value equals int field info.get value. Okay. This does have a return value. Fuzzy entity position. Fuzzy pulse equals fuzzy entity position method info dot. Is it invoke? That one says get value. Invoke the method or constructor representing the instance using specific parameters, object parameters. How do we create delegate? How do I pass it the instance, though? Invoke. Object on which to invoke the method or constructed. Object on which to. So this would be instance. Parameters. That would be the player spawn position. So I'm presuming I need the typecast. Parameters is a argument list for invoking method constructors. This is an array of objects. I see. So that's why it was doing that. Oh wait, I'm doing this the wrong way around. We're halfway there. Array of objects 1. In fact, that's closer. Do I get rid of typecast? There. Okay, it accepts it. I have absolutely no idea if that's going to work. But if it works, it will also figure out what the Y position should be. In the event that something else goes wrong. I should be able just to go that. Oops. And that. And then... Am I allowed to do that? That's replacing results rather than modifying the values of the result. We're passing it as a reference, so we can replace it. We don't want to replace it though. Not as such. We actually just want to replace... Can I set position? Fuzzy.get. Nope. XYZ. There. Is that how that's been done here? No, this just creates a new one and then updates those two values. Where really what we just want to be doing is running this, but replacing just the position. I think that will do it. Assuming I've understood that correctly. Let's see if it explodes. If we run it on the last world we created, then one, we're already dead in the ground level with our spawn point listed as 200 blocks in the air. So this should, in theory, spawn us on the ground if it works. Well, that did not work. Okay. Mash ref, leaking memory. Okay, so... If I had to guess... Well... Serve main return mid spawn custom spawn point instead. That file's been saved, so that method did actually run. Just for reasons I cannot explain. It didn't adjust the Y value. Method info, type of main, get method. Entity position from spawn position. So that would have run this. Oh, because it has a Y value. So all it did was check to see whether or not the position was valid. So it's worked. And that may be all we need to know. Because that means that if for some reason that value is null, the actual vanilla code will try to fix it for us. If it's null or 0, then yeah, it's going to try and fix it for us. And when it gets set in here, it's going to be null. Okay, yeah, no. We're good with that. That did actually work. It did what it was supposed to do. We just wanted it to do something it was never going to do. Okay, so I don't think I even need this anymore. So we can tidy this bit up. Yeah, if the server is trying to place this in the middle of the map, respawn, replace the spawn position with the player's unique one. Make sure the position is valid. And that it has a Y value. By passing it through entity position from spawn position. Okay, so I'm happy with this bit. I think I'm happy with this bit. Let's leave that there for an emergency. So the next thing is just to actually generate the spawn point. So let's do the math to build the grid. No, that's not what we're thinking of. What's the way to do this and potentially allow it to be expanded? This wants to be rows. Think. So I'm just thinking about the vertical aspect of this at the minute. The horizontal is easy because the horizontal is infinite, but some people may not want players to be able to spawn in the middle of the Arctic, so we have to have a horizontal or maximum horizontal and south variable for them to tweak. If they set those variables too low and distance between spawns too high, they may only have a single spawn point, which may not be what they want. We can find out easily enough how many rows we can fit in one of two ways. We can either say that... No, I already know. I know how I'm going to do this. I know how I'm going to do this. We don't need an offset. We do need loops or loop number. Okay. Build spawn grid. How do we do this? It is possible that someone puts in such a setting whereby there can only be spawn points south of wherever the default spawn point is. You know what? There's an easier way of doing all of this. We don't need an offset. We will have range just so that we have it available. We'll just have the first spawn point be on the northern latitude. Or the max north latitude. Although part of my head now wants me just to try to center it between the two. Figure out how many we can put. And then try to put it, center it between the two. In which case we would need an offset. And we would need to know the offset. In order to be able to figure out the spawn points. Hi, Winnie. Okay. So, the offset, we would need the remainder. To get the offset, we need half of the remainder. Half of the remainder of... it's not quite that simple, is it? Because we start from the middle to begin with. No, this still works. So we need the remainder of this. We need half of that. And then we need to add, subtract. We're going from the negative down. Negative and a negative pushes us further towards the center. We need to subtract that off of. And that gives us our offset. No. No, it does not. It's close. It's close. In fact, it's just right without max north, because we're still going from the central line. No, because we should count from the north downwards. We need to pick a edge to count from. So this doesn't go in here, but to get a point, we'd want to go from the offset, which would be the position of the first point, multiply it by the selected row, which could be 0. So not multiply by, add the selected row multiplied by the distance between spawns. And that will get us the individual row position. Do I need this to be a list, or can I just make it a... What's going to be the quickest way programmatically to do this? Because we need to randomly pull... I mean, we can pop items out of the list. So we can build the list and then create or fill it with the number or the spawn points. He is less than rows multiplied by 2. And then the only thing we need to keep in the save file will be the current selection of used list. Would it be the current selection of used? We'd need to keep a list of them then as well. Why would we have both? Unused is easier just because we can get the size of the list. I suppose we can store the unused points. How do we make this so it survives a world or a restart? This is the question. You know what? I'm going to keep going till midnight. We'll see how far we get. Which means we probably need to take another break in 15 to 30 minutes. I mean, it's not a lot. I need to stop worrying about these things. It's a tiny amount of data. It's a list of ints. Hell, it can be a list of chars if this would let me use a char. Will you let me use a byte? There we go, a list of bytes. It's even smaller. I don't know why I'm worrying so much about not having excess data when I'm dealing with things of this size. If I was doing something more complicated or something that required thousands of entries, yes, fine. But for this, we just need it to be fast and we need it to be simple. I'm overcomplicating things to try and optimize unnecessarily before I've even finished building the damn thing. Okay. So we build the spawn grid. This happens when this gets called. This gets called hopefully before the... Yeah, it must be before the player is created. So we have the grid. Get spawn point. For this, we want to get, again, int range equals unused dot count. Now we need a random number. I have seen multiple instances of a random number being generated. Can I find one quickly? I suppose the better question is there a way that this game wants me to generate a random number via its API? Because we're not making a complex random number of any description. There we go. Rand value next double. Now, where are you getting rand from? Okay, that's just part of that constructor. thread local random server main. So that's a custom random class. VoD accessor has a randomizer in it. That, I believe, is the world access, server world accessor. Rand. Just a random number generator. Makes use of thread local for thread safety. Rand.next range. Returns a non-negative random integer that is less than the specified maximum. Would that be correct? If we assume that there's 3 rows, that means that it's getting the size of rows times 2, so it's getting 6 rows added to it for numbers 0 to 5. One assumes this includes 0. Returns a 32 bit signed integer that is greater than or equal to 0 and less than max value. Yeah, that is exactly what we want. X. Oh, this is a good question. Which is latitude and which is longitude? Is X north and next X east and west or north and south? I mean, we can run a test to figure this out. I'm going to assume it's east-west. In which case, X is equal to random index which should return 0 or 1. How do we do this? If it's 0, we want it to generate a number, to a negative number, and if it's 1, we want a positive number. I just saw a log message that has a missing space in it. Figure out the rest of this. The rest of this is loop multiplied by distance between spawns. There is a distance between spawns divided by 2 in here. Or rather, 0 plus, yeah, we want to go 0.5 multiplied by loop. No, plus loop. Multiplied by distance between spawns. Now we need to turn the 0 or the 1, which we could probably do. We could do it with an if statement, but I'm sure there's a mathematical way to do this. If it's 0, we want it to be a negative number, and if it's 1, we want it to be a positive number. I do 0 minus multiplied by... God damn it. I used to be good at math. It's a there's a way to do this with multiplication. It's like... Okay, 0 minus... I mean, it doesn't matter which way round this is, actually. If we do 0 minus that, then 0 multiplied by the rest of it. It's moaning about this. Yeah, okay, no, that's fine. We'll convert it to an int after the fact. It's because of this that it's moaning, which is fine. Okay, calculator. We'll work on the assumption the distance between spawns is 10,000. So 0 minus 0 equals 0, multiplied by 0.5 times 10,000 is 0. Damn it, yeah. 0 times anything is 0. I'm sure there's a way to do this without just resorting to an if statement. And now I'm just being bloody stubborn. Because I know the if statement would work and it's easy enough to implement. How can we use a 0 or 1 to mathematically invert a number from positive to negative? Wait, is it not? No. 1 divided by. We can't do divide on the other side because that would be divided by 0. Negative 1 divided by something. But 0 divided by... What is 0 divided by something? This is how long I've not done proper maths. 0 divided by... It'll be 5,000. Is 0 still. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but... I mean, strictly speaking, that technically returns a Boolean. That gets our X position for spawn. Y position, we should just be able to do that without anything fancy. What would it be? It's offset, which is right at the top, plus... No, we're going from a negative down, minus. No, it is plus. It's a negative times a negative is a positive. So I need to check. No, that bit's fine. So we want the offset plus the random index divided by rows. Multiplied by the distance between spawns. And that gets us our 2 columns. Working on the assumption that my math isn't as rusty as I think it is. And I'm going to sit and stare at this now for 5 minutes, even though it's not that complicated. Double checking it in my head. I think that should create... Actually, it's not Y. Y should be null, not Z. I may have the X and the Z the wrong way around. Okay, so we get the range, which is the north, minus the south latitude. No, it's the other way around, actually. Because we want that number to be positive and north is negative. So we want the south, which is already positive, minus the minus, which is the north, which will give us the actual range in a positive value. Rows is equal to the range divided by the distance between spawns. And because of the way that we have the settings, that should always return... That might actually sometimes return 0. That could return 0. If someone has really fucked up their configuration file. And they put a large distance between... Well, no, they could do it deliberately. A large distance between spawns. So... we want to say if rows is equal to 0, rows equals to 1. In fact, not quite. We just want to always add 1 to those, don't we? Because the maths is counting the number of gaps between each potential spawn point. So the number of spawn points is actually those plus 1. Because the way the math works out here is it's counting the total number of times you can fit distance between spawns in the available space. But the distance between spawns has a spawn at the top and at the bottom, rather than just in the middle. So yeah, it's rows plus plus. Now, is offset going to work correctly? So that'll get the main in space. If rows ended up being a 0, then that's just going to be the distance between north and south. Half of that is how much we move the offset by to put the spawn points in the middle. So yeah, that's fine. The rest of it's all basic stuff. Okay. Range isn't really used anywhere else, but we'll leave it here just so that it's a little bit cleaner. I could just put that into here. We're calling random and range. Range should be 1, or range should be the total number of items in there, which should be 6. Working on the assumption there are 3 rows, 2 columns, 6. Which is what this should give us. T starts at 0, we're looking for less than rows, so that'll be 0 to 5, so again 6. So range is 6, next is 0 up to that value, so that's 0 to 5, that's everything in unused, that's what we want. And the reason we've done it that way is so that once we've picked the spawn, we just need to pop unused dot remove random index. Actually no, it's not random index. We actually want the value out of it. And we want to be using this rather than that. Epic music to program to. Do I want to use less than or equal to? Again, if we're working off 6, I want it to be 3, so it wants to be equals to. If the remaining count is less than or equal to rows, no, just straight rows, the number of rows, rather than rows times 2, which is the number of spawn points. Maybe we should actually have that, even though it's a pretty simple calculation. How do we do a get set? That's the only place it's used. And thinking about it now, we shouldn't use it. We're going to have eventually more than one method to generate spawn points. And this one is just for random. I don't know how a switch case statement format works in this. It's probably... No. Does this need break? Is that right? I'm guessing here. That looks like a valid switch case statement. I'm not going to ask Duck here either, so I'm fairly sure Google can just give me the answer. C#, switch case. W3 school, good enough. Goddamn dark patterns. Their vendor consent thing. You click the left-hand button to bring up the options for the expanded version, and then it replaces that button after bringing up the expanded options with accept all and visit the site. In other words, the can or the save preferences to not accept all is on the other side now. Okay, switch expression, brackets, case. Yeah, okay, we got it right. So let's just move all of this into here. Strictly speaking, you don't need these, but I much prefer to have these. Just because it isn't implemented. Okay, let's re-verify this bit. So that's pulling from there, that's fine. The actual spawn point itself, the actual value is where we determine where the row is. So spawn point remainder row, this gets us whether or not we're going left or right. Or in this case maybe up or down, because that could still be backwards. We're adding 0.5 to the current loop and multiplying the distance between spawn, which should put us positive or negative half the distance, or on first loop, positive or negative half the distance between spawn points from zero, which is, I think, correct. New position Z equals offset. So, it's finding the vertical. We take the offset, which is how far off the northernmost point the first point is. So this can return 0. So spawn point divided by rows. If it's 0, that still results in 0. Rows can't be 0, so that's not going to trigger a divide by 0 error. So yeah, spawn points divided by whatever. If it's 3, it's going to equal 0 again. Is it? Have I got that backwards? I have it backwards. This wants to be divide by rows. This wants to be remainder rows. Because rows is only... yeah, spawn point can only go to 2 times row minus 1. So this will only ever return 0 or 1. Because it rounds down by default. Whereas this, again, if there's 3 rows, we want it to be able to return numbers 0, 1 and 2. If spawn point is 0, remainder rows, so remainder divided by, or remainder 3, that still returns 0. If it is 1, it returns 1. If it's 2, it returns 2. If it's 3, it returns 0. Good. And then we say, if the unused count is less than or equal to rows, which will mean that if the remaining number of spawn points is less than half of the total that we started with, increase loop, and build a new grid. In theory, it doesn't need to do that. All it needs to do is empty out this list and repopulate it. The rest of it is surplus to requirements because it remains the same. Loop is used here, it's not used in here. So we go unused spawn points dot clear, which I think removes all. Oops. And then repopulate. Okay, the next thing we need to do Okay. I think this is actually almost done. At least so far as the bit that we want to get done is done. The only thing we now need to do is save and load the world data that we need to be able to continue on the current spawn system. So we need to save this and then reload it here and then remove from this the contents of this. So we come through all of this. This can be done here. Now, where did we figure out we could get this from? World Accessor, World Manager. Which sub-bit was it? Oh, Storm Mod config. No, that's the JSON stuff. No, wrong thing, wrong thing. Abandon, keep looking. Model loader, network, player data, object cache. Database directory. think this is it, isn't it? Store the given data persistently to the save game. Size limit is around 1 GB for all data stored alongside save game data structures. If you need more space, you have to store it somewhere else. 1 GB for all data stored alongside save game data structure. We only need some very minor bits of information to store in here. We have 2 things that we need to store. We need to store a byte array as skidink dot ss. Use spawn points. And then we need I'm curious as to why it considered that valid before. Alright, default value. Let's get set in the constructor now, one way or the other. Do you not need the brackets? Ah, right, no, needs to be done slightly differently. That's not quite what I was trying to do. How do I return a blank array of bytes? I assume I can populate a list from an array of bytes? But how would I specify... Oh, I'm an idiot. Nope, it doesn't like it. Now it's optional. We did store it as a byte array, and we have pulled it out as an array. Yeah, to array stores byte array, which is good, that's fine. How do I define an empty byte array? Returns null if no such data under the key was previously set. Or the default value if you've set it. I'm trying to set the default value. It's a primitive. Can I even go new? Although it still doesn't quite like it. Expected close brackets. There we go. Do I need those? We do need the squigglies. The fact that this is faded implies that this is never used, but I deleted the other part that would yeah, this slightly bothers me. It's pale as if it's indicating that this line of code will never be reached. Which is weird. I'm fairly sure the line is right. This is a little bit of a question, but the rest of it is right. We're getting an array of byte data from here. I mean, we could make it ints. We're saving a pitiful amount of space, but I highly doubt anyone is going to intentionally create... Yeah, I suppose that's the problem. Anyone intentionally creates a setting whereby there's going to be more than 256 spawn points in the first 2 rows. Do I account for the user error? There's no way to account for that kind of user error. Except to change byte to int. But even then, they could do something that would generate 4 million. Is it 4 million? Actually, int in this is probably 64-bit. Actually, no, I think it's explicitly stated 32-bit somewhere. Which I think does make it 4 million limit for an unsigned int. Yeah. If I... No, that's gonna... Yeah, that's fine. My finger is in the wrong place. Just for safety's sake. Okay. I am going to get myself a fresh cup of tea. We are going to review what we have done. Then there was a test we needed to perform before we run it. We need to make sure the we got X and Y the right way around. So we will do that when we come back. And then this is basically done, I think. I think it's finished and ready. I was kind of not expecting to get to this point today, given how much of a pain it's been. But yeah, give me a minute. I'll be right back. I'll see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. And I just realised while I was making my cup of tea, we forgot a thing. Not a complicated thing, but we did forget a thing. And that is spawn deviation. Right. I spelled that wrong. I think I missed an I. Okay, spawn deviation is not equal to 0, then deviation is equal to parent.server api.world.rand.next spawn deviation times 2 plus 1 minus spawn deviation. So spawn deviation is 1000, then it will get a random number between 0 and 1000 or 2000 or 2000 flat, and then take 1000 off of it, which means it will give it a range of negative 1000 to positive 1000. We need to do that twice. Let's do it this way around. When code autocomplete works, it is a joy. When it doesn't, it is frustrating. That saved me a whole number of seconds. Okay. Full review. Because this is by far the most complicated module out of a lot of them. So, we set ourselves a parent, we set ourselves the values that we currently have assigned in the configuration file. We set ourselves some variables that we need to use to handle the random type distribution. We get the parent, we get our settings. Make sure that north latitude is greater than 0. Is less than 0. We make sure the south latitude is greater than 0. We make sure that the distance between spawn is at least 1 block. We make sure that the deviation is 0 or greater. We then test to make sure that the spawn assignment is one of the 2 types that we have pre-configured, although only one of them is currently using or working, so we force it to that. We run build grid. After build grid is done, we get the last known set of used spawn points and the current loop number. If those are not, or if those don't exist, we get a blank array and we set it to 0. We run the random type spawn assignment. We get a range by taking the south, which is the higher value, and taking it away from the north, which has to be a negative value. Negative and negative is a positive. That gives us a positive range, which is the combination of the both. We figure out how many rows we can get in those in that range. We add 1 because a row can be at the top or the bottom of the range. We figure out what the offset should be by taking the northernmost point. That wants to be I think that's an add. That wants to be that. We take the northernmost point, which will be a negative number, and we add to it to move down towards the center. I didn't believe that yet, did I? Yeah, we do need to make a slight change. We need to get default spawn position. I just realized that. Default spawn is usually the map middle. Does not take player specific spawns into account, so yeah. And then we modify that with this to shift it around. Okay, so yeah, get the world spawn. Yeah, we're done with that. Create a array of all of the current all of the available spawn points in the current loop, which is just 2 times the number of rows. Okay, get world spawn, assign it to a new position. Get a random number and pull the spawn point, or get a random number from a random entry from unused spawn points. Figure out whether that is the lower half of the rows or the upper half of the rows. If it is the lower half, we are going to be moving north. And if it's the upper half, we're going to be moving south. Which might be the wrong way around. X, I imagine, is horizontal. So we may need to flip these. Otherwise, we take... Actually, does that one offset? Actually, no, that might actually be the right way around. We could have got it the right way around by accident. If X is normally horizontal, this is the thing that's defining the horizontal. It takes a half value plus whatever the current loop is, and multiplies it by the distance between spawn, which will put a spawn point on either side. Plus minus 0, or minus from 0, or plus from 0. And then we get the horizontal one by taking the offset, which gets us the topmost point. Get us the current spawn point divided by the number of rows, which how many down we go. Get the remainder of, rather. Multiplied by the distance, that gets us our actual full offset for the Z position. And offset itself should be a negative number. Yeah, because north latitude has to be negative. Well, it doesn't have to be negative, but it should work out. I think I've done the math right. We calculate a deviation if we need one. You know what? If we need one, they can be in here. And then we add the deviation. We add that we have used that spawn point to the used spawn points. We remove the spawn point from the unused spawn points. We then check to see whether or not we still have spawn points we want to be using. And if we don't, we increase the loop count. We reset the spawn points. And then we save the data. And we return the new position to this. This attempts to get the player spawn point, and if it is null, it creates a new spawn point from the function we just went through. It then saves that spawn point. It then tries to load the chunk the spawn point is in. When the chunk is loaded, it tries to get the height of the spawn point. If it doesn't get the height, it panics, but it does nothing. If it gets the height, it sets the spawn point Y value, it resaves the spawn point, and then it teleports the entity to the spawn point. Or teleports the player to the spawn point. And it has to do that because when you first log in, the get spawn position, which is the method that will do this in the future, runs before any of this can. So it's or the game has already tried to put us at world spawn. So that's why we need to teleport. But on respawn, this will already be set, so all of this will get ignored, and this will have activated beforehand. This overrides get spawn position, it takes the return value from that. If this function is trying to position or place the player at the middle of the map, which is the world's default world spawn, it will override that, or it will attempt to override that. It will see whether or not that player has a custom spawn point. It will make sure that's not null. It will then set that spawn point and allow the method to continue on, which will force the game by default to place the player where we want them to go. All the pieces are in place. We just need to test one thing. We need to know whether or not we've got X and Y the right way around. So all the code is correct, but now I need to temporarily disable some of it so we can test this. No, we don't need to do that. We just need to run it and go into a world that we already generated, because we already shifted ourselves in one of those worlds by 10,000 in one direction and 10 in another. I think we were dead when we logged out, which is fine. Yeah, okay. Give me access to the console. Give me access to the console. I want to type a command. Can I not type a command while I'm dead? Okay, notepad please. / game mode 2. Copy. Respawn. Okay. Well, that's interesting. It says we're at world 00. Which is wrong. We should not be at world 00. That would imply it moved... World spawn. Oh. No, how the hell's that happening? I'm not against this, but people are going to complain. That there is world spawn. Now I know why, bollocks. Now I know why, what's it called? This runs multiple times. The map is oriented based upon the player's spawn point. It or the map tries to get the players. I'm not against that. For our server, or for the server I want to run, that's perfect. Because I want it to be a challenge for people to actually get together if they want to get together. And it makes logical sense. Just from a human perspective, coordinates are a purely artificial thing. That if you're going to generate coordinates, you generate them from the locations you know. So your spawn point. But when you first log in, those values are still set to the default. This is a conundrum. I can't fix the coordinate values being correct when you first spawn and then shifting the next time you log in. I don't think there's any way around that I can fix that. Because clearly the map is using get spawn position in order to figure out where the center of the map is. Which makes sense because the coordinate system on this is supposed to be oriented from the center of the map. I just didn't expect... I did not expect that the map itself used the custom spawn points. Because this means that if it's doing what I think it's doing, this means that if you have any of these set... Well, no, because... Doesn't this get a custom spawn point as well? Only global default spawn. Okay, I see. Because yes, somewhere in here, it's also grabbing the player's custom spawn points. I forget which one of these it does it. So you have your role custom spawn. probably should be this first one for spawn, or maybe the second one. Player spawn position not equal to null. Player server world data not equal to null. Player world data as spawn position. Remaining uses. Yeah, getting this from world data makes sense, so I think it's this one. Okay, so I think we need an option. We can stop it from doing this by getting this value here. Only global default spawn. Because I think that will mean that we can use this to not execute the code if this is set to false. Sorry, if this is set to... Yeah, no, if this is set to false. Because then it's going to get... Oh, the thing that's calling this with this set to true is probably the map. So the map is using whatever is the default spawn or whatever is in the middle of the world. But can we do it in such a way that we can allow the server admin to say, actually no, your default spawn point, or your world spawn point, is where the map is going to position you. The problem with that is that we can't, or first login, it's going to set it to the default. I don't think there's any way around that. Which means, in theory, the players, if they're going, if they have access to their thingy up here, they could just copy that down. Yeah. The problem is that in order for us to be able to do or allow them to toggle it, we have to find a way of getting that configuration into this method. And we have to be able to do that without simply adding it to every single player. Putting the information somewhere is the easy part. I don't know how I would get it back out again, though. Field save game. Server main save game data. I think save game data was a private instance. Or private field. Yeah, not accessible. So that's private. We'd have to put it in a different way. I wish it would let me go to the definition of that. Okay. Actually, change it from map to coords. Is it 1 or 2 O's coordinate? I think it's 2. Yeah, okay. Coords to player spawn. Okay. Okay, so if this is the way to do this, So if we don't want only the globals, or we also want to modify the coordinates for player spawn, then do this. That being the case, we can test this before we add the configuration for it. I'm leaving it over there because we'll be able to see the coordinates when we log in. So this should be false and should correctly display the coordinates. Okay, so it is doing that. Interesting. Okay, so first things first. Let me remove my depth marker so I can see which way I'm looking. Right, we are looking along the x-axis. So the lower number. Right, actually no, that's a higher number. So that's the X, left and right is the X, which means north and south is Z. Okay, does that match what we actually put? I think it does. X is the left and right, Z is the north and south. So this is correct. And we've now tweaked this. Okay, we now need to add extra configurations and the handling for them. And also the readme and log things for them. So this is in here. This is out of date. Because it's missing that. And now it also wants this. Do I want to use the full English version of this? Yeah, let's... Coordinates to player spawn. Player spawn, custom spawn? No, player spawn makes more sense in terms of reading it. Default is false. Shouldn't need to do any messing around here. I wonder, am I allowed to set world data at this point? Because the only thing we need to do is store this. We don't need to do anything else with it. We'll store it in a variable even though we're not going to use the variable. Because it's still a configuration option. And then we'll use that to dump into here. Parent, server API, VoD manager, save game, set, store rather, store data, bool. It has a default value, so it should always have something. I could grab iSave game just to shorten down these, but nah, we don't use it enough. It's only been used 5 times. It's not that big of a deal if it's using the long-winded version. It's still clear what it's doing. Okay. I now need to add that to the file that's currently running. Rather, the configuration file that's in our install directory. We'll set it to false for now so that we can just make sure it works. This is the example one. This needs it as well. That gets copied in with it. And then we're going to need to modify this. Yep, a bunch of mods have updated. What I'm looking for, craftable cartography. Let's check the spelling on that. We got coordinate wrong. Craftable is technically spelled wrong, but that's not my fault. That's how they spelt it. I will not be held responsible for other people's spelling mistakes. They spelt it that way. That is correct. I think it's just because craftable is technically not a word. At least not so far as my British English dictionary on OpenOffice thinks. Okay, and now we need to copy that. Into here. and save it. And back out. Check that it looks okay. That one doesn't need a bold or a red note. I think we probably should bold it. Just so people don't skip over it when they're looking at it. Note, due to the way this is implemented, this will only take effect the second time they log in. Setting best used with craftable cartography. Because that way there's probably no chance that they'll be able to actually look at their coordinates until after they've logged in an additional time. Is there any way around that I could no, because I would need to execute the code. Yeah, I would need to be able to assign the player's spawn point before the game calls that method, and there's no way for me to do that. Not without just rewriting the spawn system, which is not what we're trying to do. We're trying to leverage the tools that are already available in the spawn system, rather than entirely replacing it. So it's a nice thing, but I don't think we're going to be able to fix that particular thing. Okay, so if we run this now, we should still get the same effect. Loading that previous world. It should still show our coordinates where they were. Okay, good. Now, if we disconnect and I modify the JSON file, so it's now on, and we do it again, and we have a free feature that we didn't intend to implement but have implemented by accident. I'll take that as a win. Okay. So the only thing to test now is the random assignment. We need to test these two bits here. The easiest way to do that is to erase our spawn point every time. Because this gets called on create and respawn. And it checks to see if it exists or not. So if we just remove it, Does that need a type? No, it just needs the string. Then this will allow us to kill ourselves over and over and over again and generate new spawn points. Now we need some verbose login to keep track of things. This lock can stay in because it's kind of important to keep track of it, and it's verbose, so it's disabled by default. Is there any other debug messages we've left in that we should remove? We'll just check. Logger error, logger debug. That one I do want to keep coming through, because their spawn or people respawning is part of the log file anyway. So we need to make sure we're letting the log, or need to make sure they know, or people reading the log file know, that we're shifting the spawn point. Okay. So we want that there. Here. Actually, does that need to be there? How much of this? Do we want to be able to debug? I remembered another note I need to add. If I haven't already done it. Also, there's 3 notes that we need to add to this. I might change it to a list. Because at the minute there's 2 in here. This system works when the server tries to spawn the player right in the middle of the world. If you have a spawn location set by the roles or the default world spawn setting, the spawns will use that instead of scatter spawns. Changing the settings after people have been assigned a location could result in 2 players being closer than intended. And the 3rd note we need to add is that spawn radius will take effect. Or spawn radius. Well, the server config spawn radius. Yeah, let's sort these out. Start an inventory. How's this looking here? Start an inventory config. Let's do it this way. It can make it take effect from first spawn. We're already running horrendously late anyway, and the plan is to keep going until midnight until we're sorted. We did figure out how to get that value. You know, we can, so we will. Do I want to change this back? Okay. I'm honestly not sure which is the English spelling, whether it's... I think it's S. Randomize. But I think I used Z somewhere else. No, let's just keep using the new spawn. And it'll return 0 if it can't find it. One assumes, but just to be absolutely explicit. That is what we want. I think it was world.rand. Yeah. Next. Okay, now we need to start testing this stuff. Let me modify my server configuration to something we can easily play with. Plus 20,000, minus 20,000. Distance between spawn points is 5,000. Currently we'll set no spawn deviation. And for the sake of being able to see where we are, we'll turn coordinates to player spawn on. Okay. Run this. The verbose log won't actually be... Actually, will it spit it out into the command console? We'll see. Put that over there. We need a new world. This world has done its job. Okay. $50 random from there. I am happy with, because we should be able to see the effect of this. Although, actually, no, for this initial test, I want to make sure we get put bang on the grid markers. So, in theory, let's see, 5,000, there's 40,000 there, or 40,000 range. It should create 8 rows, I think. It might create 7. Depends where it spits this log message out. Okay. We managed to break something. Index was out of range, so let's see. Index was out of range. Must be non-negative and less than the size of... Ah, it's going to try and teleport us twice. I think. Well, no, create and respawn. Oh yeah, it's still going to try and do it twice at the start. Okay, so the log message we're looking for is not in there. So we are going to have to do this from Sublime Text over here. Server utilities. what I'm looking for should be somewhere in the initialization setup. Actually, no, it would be after the game or the server started. Okay, I'm not even seeing that message. Placing skid ink at up server view distance. I don't want to have to scan through here because it's going to be harder to find it. So it's placed as at world spawn. Mod sorted dependency. We did put a message in the constructor, didn't we? Scatter spawn. Yeah. Parent server API log of verbose debug. Scatter spawn start. There we go. Scatter spawn start with scatter spawn created with 9 rows and minus 20,000 offset. Something's wrong there. 9 rows is too high in that offset. No, the offset is correct. Started with loop 0. Started loop 0 with 0 to 18 spawns used. But we got an exception. Exception, index was out of range. This is inside. Yeah, get spawn. Non-negative. Oh, bollocks. Even then, that shouldn't have caused a problem. Count 6. No, that would have caused a problem. Why does it say non-negative? Must be non-negative and less than the size. Yeah, okay, so yeah, that's the problem. That's why that failed. Now, is 9 actually correct? Let's think about this. Settings are negative 20,000 to 20,000. With a distance between spawn of 5,000. So we have 1 here, if we just cut off the trailing zeros. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 9. 9 is correct. Because it's including those numbers. So that's actually right. Good. The grid is correct. The thing that was wrong was where we was getting the variable from. So you want to leave, restart. We should just be able to rejoin that, because that'll also reload those exact same settings. We've now entered the world. It will create us... We will need to die. to test it. Oh. I suppose it crashed, that's why it's trying to get me to create a new character. Okay, there's... the verbose information is not in there. I want it to be in there. It's not in there, though. Let's scroll down in here. Spawn protection. Watching one players. We've apparently missed another space in here. There we go. So it should have tried to position us. Spawn grid created. This grid is fine. Okay, there's no message trying to move us around yet. Although for reasons I cannot explain, oh, we've added respawn protection in here. No, yeah, okay, that's weird. Oh, that's why. We're getting the logger from the long location. We shouldn't be getting it from... Let me just do a search throughout the entire project. Where is the search all button? Select all, insert file as text. View. Project. Let's find. Find in project. Tools. Am I blind? Find results. Go to base. Not quite what we want. Other windows. Does it not have a find in all files? Insert file as text, advanced outline, refactor next method, file. That is irritating. Okay. So we'll just have to do one by one. Okay, that's fine. Start an inventory, mod logger, okay, good. Mod logger, okay, good. Right, in here, I forgot there's a mod API, and yeah, that one does need that. Okay. That'll do all of that. This will at least make the messages easier to find. Actually, no, that can be that. Scatter spawn start, but we do want another message in here to duplicate the message we have on all of the other constructors. At least the bleeder on all of them, yeah. And just so we don't forget, okay, now that we fixed the login, let's quit out, restart, create a new world. I still think verbose login's not going to end up going to the console, which is a little annoying, but we can track it in the server file. So once again, we'll start with that disabled. I think we can enable it after the fact anyway. Create world. Okay, that's all fine. Let me grab this and move this over to here. There we go. So it's probably called this twice. Okay, spawn grid created with 9 rows offset. Okay, no, it only called it once. Good. Scatter spawn, new spawn point created. Okay, we let it dump us. That looks about right. It's put us at 5,000 and then 2,500. So now we just kill ourselves a bunch of times. Because it shouldn't remember our spawn point. So now pick another random one. Okay. Again, those numbers are bang on smooth. That should be 2 spawn points. Let's have a look at the log file. Interesting. 0 of 18 used, 1 of 18 used. Have we got our order of operations wrong? Is that message in the wrong place? Technically, yes. It wants to be there. Okay. So now it'll count, or it won't update to count correctly. But there's nothing stopping us from closing reloading, because it should have saved that data, which is something else we wanted to check anyway. We should change our game mode just so that we don't get killed by a wolf trying to pass by. Okay, let's go back to here. We need to look up to the load bit. There we go. Started loop 0 with 2 of 18 points, 1 points used. Let's go to another one. Okay, that's another nice new one. I want to say we've been here before, but I think the other one was negative 2,500. It was on the other side of the map. Or maybe it was positive 100,000. Those numbers should line up. It would have been the one before this, which we were already at. We've used 4. We've now used 5. That's definitely new. Oh, we found some redwood. I've never seen any of that before. We are a fair way south. I think we're as south as we can be. Sorry, I know you're getting a very stretched image, but the important thing is the numbers. Okay, that was 6, wasn't it? 6 of 18 used. These were on the same side. Yeah, we flipped sides. This poor Seraph is not having the best of times. Now we're as far north as we could be, which is good. I think this makes 8. Oh, we got a map. Center of the map 1. Okay, that was number 8. This one shouldn't... we won't spawn there, but it should then reset the count. Nine of 18 used. Okay. Problem. It didn't do what it was supposed to do. It should have fired that message. Why? If unused.count is less than or equal to rows, so that should be 9. Unless there's more, unless we're not removing from... Yeah, it's count, not size. So it's the number of elements that are in there. There's a message missing here. Hmm. 9 of 18 used. Let's go again. Yeah, something is not right here. It should have started the second loop. There's something wrong with this. Those plus plus. Everything else, those is fine. Those has to be 9, which means it's this that isn't. Unused spawn points.count gets the number of elements contained in the list. We've been removing elements from the list. I don't believe we landed in the same spawn or same location twice. Parent mod log. Yeah, no, that's fine. That only gets called once. We don't use views to count. Pause. Continue. Now, how the devil is your count equal to 10? What you contain? How do you have 10 values in you? The only way you have 10 values in you is if you failed to remove one. But how the devil did that happen? Step into... Step over, step over. Over, step into, step over, step over. Okay. Random index of 4. Should get number 6 out of here. Got the number 6. Not too worried about all of this. skipping deviation because it's not enabled. So we add that to that. That has a count of 10. That has a count of 10. How has this happened? I mean, this should trigger this time around, but it thinks there's 20 numbers. There's got to be a duplicate somewhere. There's got to be 2 duplicates, in fact. So 14 is still in here. 12, 11, 9, 13, 4, 17, 9, 13, 2 is gone, 8 is gone, 11 is gone, 12 is gone. We've got 2 in here twice. How in the blazes have they managed to do that? I know why. I know why. We missed a bit. Because we restarted the server, which this is why we're saving them. We forgot to do this. So it re-added them all as parts of the build spawn grid and then didn't remove them all. Or didn't remove the used ones, which is the bit we missed. Okay. That should fix it. Remove the breakpoint. Continue. This should trigger the aforementioned half spawn point used, creating a new start. We'll start in loop 1. Okay, if we kill ourselves one more time, we'll now find ourselves at either positive or negative. It'll be 7,500. If this is doing what it's supposed to do. Excellent. Okay. Phase 1 works. That should have consumed 1 spawn. Using 1 of. Good, good, good. So the next things to do, world config, world configuration. Is that a valid command? What's the command? What's the command to modify world config? Wiki, world config. Oh, it's just world config, not world configuration. World config, spawn radius 50. Assuming I spelled that correctly. Okay. So we log out. We've used one spawn point. We need to come back over to here. Save the change. Run the client again. Okay, now if we log in and kill ourselves. We should find ourselves at a random offset of 50. Good, that is plus minus 50. Let's try it one more time. Still good. Right. Now we'll leave the world again. We'll change the configuration. So the spawn deviation is now 500. Actually, let's go 1000. No, 500 so that we can still keep track of it. So this is the deviation of the spawn point itself. Okay, that looks good. There's technically two things that are now adjusting our position. Our actual spawn point is going to be moved 500 from the center of the grid. And then spawn radius is going to shift us 50 away from that. Now we actually need to test that that bit is working. Because everything else appears fine. So we leave the world again. We need to re-enable the bit of code or uncomment the bit of code that is... I don't know, just delete this stuff. But... So the next time we respawn, it'll generate us a spawn point, and then anytime we die, we should be around about 50 blocks of that. And if that's working, everything is working. I think. I hope. I hope I've not forgotten something. It's taken us bloody long enough to get this to work. To be fair, I said it earlier, this is the most complicated part of our mod. The next bit is relatively trivial. I may just do that on my own time between this today and Thursday. It's just file manipulation. There's only one question I need to figure out with regards to it. So this will scatter me somewhere else because our character doesn't have this spawn point saved because it was deleted. So we should be somewhere else. We are somewhere else. Okay, and now if we die again, we should be somewhere else near here. We have a nice giant mountain over there to confirm that we are in fact where we're supposed to be. Woohoo! Jesus Christ. So much work for so few lines of code. Actually, there's a... actual productive code, maybe 200 lines worth. Do I need this block anymore? No. Yeah, somewhere around about 200 actual lines of code. I count comments as code, it's just the white space we shouldn't be counting. Because comments exist for a reason. If you're not commenting your code, you're a bad programmer. And you will kick yourself when you come back to your code 2 years later and wonder why the fuck you did something that way. Or even what the piece of code is even supposed to do. You may actually not be able to figure out why you did it that way, but at least you know what it's supposed to do. Okay, let's double check we don't need any additional comments in here, because I think, as I said, we're done. As far as programming this is concerned. We've finished and tested that, we finished and tested that. I don't think an hour and a half is going to be enough time for us to get auto backup running and tested. In constructor. No, we need something a bit more than that, please. I thought I had written that. The module bit. Oh, it's up here. Right, yeah. Okay, no, that bit is there. Copies the configuration on the JSON object or JSON file. JSON object, JSON file. JSON object. Then loads the current state of scatter spawn. Parse the sense from the JSON file and verify, which is what all of that is doing. That's technically part of the parsing system. Okay, that's something we need to now quickly test. If we turn this back on, don't need that over there anymore. And I kill myself again. If I kill myself, it's probably not going to fix them. But if we log out and log back in, hey look, we have spawned slightly away from was this actually where we respawned? Oh, we did kill ourselves again, I suppose. I didn't pay much attention to where we popped back up because I was only looking over there. So yeah, which means our spawn point is actually this way, or that way slightly. Here is where our spawn point actually is. Somewhere around back here. Still. Pretty mountain. Okay. I am happy and content that all of that is working as it's supposed to work. I don't think any of this configuration needs additions. Okay, there's something I need to ask in the Discord. Save game loaded. Triggers after the same game was loaded. Save game created triggers after save game has been created, i.e. when a new world was created. Triggers before world data is being saved to disk. Corbin, something wants to say suspend or i.e. the same system. This method is called every until all delegates return ready. Corbin, something wants to resume execution of the server. I need something that triggers after, explicitly after. Called when something wants to resume the server. I want something that can. I need a call after game world save, or after server resume from game world save. It's weird that I can understand why this is here. And this is here so that mods can update any data that they need to add into the save file right before the world saves, rather than doing it constantly. It's an option to do that. Called when something wants to resume the execution of the server. So it's not on resume, it's something wants to resume. Maybe it's server run phase. Triggers whenever server enters a new run phase. Since mods are loaded during the run phase, we're registering previous. Organization configure load assets. Game ready, load game, world ready, run game. Doesn't help. Register the method called by certain world gen triggers. We're in events. Game loaded. Trigger after the game world has been loaded. At this point, all blocks and loading map size. Do not use this server event. Triggers after the same game has been created. World gen startup, physics thread startup. Game world save. Triggers before the game or the world data. I don't want to do it before. I want to do it after. Because I don't want to hold up saving. So I've gone quiet because I'm typing on the mod Discord. Event server resume delegate, so that doesn't actually have any properties. Actually, no, it's delegates. This is what we're looking for. Yeah, there are no properties. An AC check. There can never be enough API. Truer words. So as it stands, no one has a suggestion that would work. A suggestion for an actual event that would work. Our best bet is to take an event from server resume and then run something after server resume is finished. Or async check the delegate return. Once it returns ready, it should be safe to proceed. So how would you do that? I understand the concept of what is being suggested, just not the practice. I'm unfamiliar with how asynchronous calls work in C#. Much more used to C++ and just threading things myself. Let's ask Duck AI. See if they can translate what they've suggested into actual solution. I want to run a function after all calls. I want to run a function after all events added to I've finished and returned. How can I do this safely? Well, in a thread safe way. To run a function after all events added to an event delegate. Resume. Server resume plus equals to try thread sleep. Countdown signal. The server resume function is part of an API, part of an API. I have no access to it. I have no access to it or its code. Create a wrapper method. Use a countdown event. Subscribe to the event. Subscribe to the wrapper method to the server resume. Invoke the event. Invoke the event when the event is raised. Use the wrapper method to manage the countdown. I'm not entirely sure this is doing what I need it to do. Public event server resume delegates. Public delegate void. It's still declaring it, which is not what we're after. So that adds it. Countdown, server.trigger resume. Countdown wait, final function. Thread pool, queue use workers. Yeah, I don't think it's understood the question entirely. The server class server has the event server resume and a method trigger to simulate the triggering of the event. Countdown event is initial track. I wonder if I could do this with asynchronous and yield. Well, asynchronous check the delegate return once it's ready, or return's ready. The delegate's return value. But the delegate doesn't have a return value. It returns void. I think I'm misinterpreting. Yeah, I don't think I quite understand what the person is suggesting. So let's be more direct and say, someone suggested an asynchronous check on the return. Once return ready, it should be good to proceed. How would I do this? Do it this way. To create an int, if you want to check the completion of event handler asynchronously and ensure it's safe to proceed after all handlers have finished executing, yes, that's the idea. You can use task and async await in C#. This approach allows you to await the completion of each event handler if they are asynchronous. Create an asynchronous wrapper method. This method can be called when the event is raised. Use task.whenAll to collect all tasks from the event handler and await their completion. Invoke the event asynchronously. Why would I invoke the event? It's not my event. But that sounds a lot closer to what they're suggesting. Static asynchronous task main. Await server. Trigger resume async. Public task. Trigger resume async. Invoke the event asynchronously. Private static async task. On server resume. I'm tempted just to put in a just to say, okay, everyone, you have 60 seconds from this event being triggered until you should have done everything you need to do, and then I'm going to check whether or not to do the backup. Because let's be fair, if you're hanging the server for 60 seconds after it's finished saving, you're doing something wrong. You're taking too long. And so long as we're done by the next... well, we don't even need to be done. We just need to have finished copying the files. Because the intent would be that we take a copy of the actual save file, we move it somewhere else, and then we do the compression side of things and shift the files around. Yeah, I think we'll just do it that way. I'm not entirely sure what they're suggesting, and I'm sure it's a perfectly reasonable suggestion. But I am not familiar with that particular method. And I don't think there's any reason this way around of doing it is going to cause any problems. Because, yeah, it's fire, or the event we're going to follow. Fires once the server is ready to resume. Just make sure there's not another event in here that for some reason is not on the API yet. Or that I've missed, skipped over or something. So yeah, we don't even use that. We just use a registered callback. We don't need a timer. Okay, so we want server resume. This doesn't actually have any return values, or any values. Receives events for server resume. Passes. Receives events for server resume. And triggers a callback to start the backup process. This is the milliseconds. So we'll go 30 seconds, so 30,000. And you may call him if it's slightly earlier. Yeah, and here we've just got some float. We'll do the same because I'm fairly sure it's the amount, or the float is passing the amount of time that has passed. I think. Helps if we save the file. Oh. Helps if we spell backup correctly. There we go. So that'll now call the backup. Okay, we have 5 settings. There's no reason for parent to be public. All of these are supposed to be self-contained, so... I think even max protect time should be. Although... I know, these ones need to be public because we're passing them to another class. That one is fine. These ones can all be private, I'm fairly sure. Okay, private string. Backup folder. Private string. Daily backup folder. Private int. Quick. Yeah, quick. Time. We'll use the full ones, these aren't particularly long. Private int. Max quick. Private int, max daily. Not quite. Let's try this. That parent. And then SS settings. Settings. New. My bad. Okay. Okay, sanity check these. It's not allowed to be blank. Let me just double check what we've put down for you may not do with these. May not be blank. So we just go if it won't return null, it'll be if it is blank, then nope. Sorry, it's late. We've been going how long now? 9 hours. This is why we've gone very quiet. I'm not quite tired yet. We said we'll go till midnight. We'll keep going till midnight. We're actually a lot... Given how badly things were going earlier, we're a lot closer to being done than I thought we was going to be. This is, but as I said earlier, this is just a bunch of file manipulation tasks. There's nothing particularly special about this other than the thing that we solved earlier, this callback. How do we know when to trigger it? Okay, backup time I think must be greater or 1 or greater. In theory, that will never run though. As in, the backup will, or this is kind of, or rather, this is kind of pointless, because saves are done every 5 minutes, which means this will always trigger. At least on default settings, saves trigger every 5 minutes. I think that's probably adjustable though. But either way, we want this set to at least 1, even if it's always going to be greater than 5. This does need to be greater or 1 or greater. And same with that. It's not suspend resume, it's server resume. Callback triggered 30 seconds after the server resume event. Now the thing about this, I need to find out what the save file is. This stuff is designed to work on a dedicated server. The intent is for that. Very few parts of these are actually useful for single player. But if someone wants it on single player, then the save file isn't simply default.v something something something. It's the actual world name .that. There's probably a way of getting the save file name. Parent.serverapi.world.save. No. World, is it world? Manager dot save game dot world name. Total game seconds. Default spawn world type. Last save file game version. Global globally unique identifier for this save game. Seed, store data, toString. Total game seconds, world configuration, world name, world type. Hmm. Having this enableable on single player isn't necessarily a good idea. Well, it depends on how much hard drive space they have. Okay, that's a sign I'm running out of gas. We can go a little bit longer. I'm sure it's fine. It's not like we're streaming tomorrow. No, we'll just be playing more Silk Song is what we'll be doing. Save game is new. Create game version. That's save game version seed. Save game identifier. World configuration. Aha! The world configuration has the answer. Maybe. Maybe. Name value. Let me just check the wiki. Okay, the wiki doesn't list it. There's an easy way for us to check this, though. We need to pinch it from here. Where are you? Down a bit, down a bit. There. Okay. Save file location. Return null if not bound. That's the full location. I only really want the last bit of it. Because the rest of it we can kind of puzzle out. Although there's no harm having the entire thing. It just slightly changes how I was planning to do things later. No, we will do. Okay. We have a couple, or we have 2 save files we can check this on. I think I saw it skirt past. That's interesting. Oh no, that's correct. Yeah, it should do that because it's running this. So we're looking for skidding utilities. That's not the one. And this will be a notification anyway. Oh, it's not enabled. We haven't enabled it in the JSON file yet. Okay. Now it should try. Okay. We did forget to add the oven flag to it though. Oh, no, there's something else we actually forgot to do. I meant to add to here just temporarily so that it's called on execute or called when it's loaded. But while I have done that, let's make sure the module name is added to these. There should be a notification. It should have happened during initialization. Okay, yep. Okay, yep. That's another good sign that it's getting too late for me to keep programming. Here. Here. AB equals new auto backup. This config auto backup.settings. Energy levels low. He can no longer sustain. Okay. File location not found. Cannot do backups. Now, interesting that would be called here. Why would that be called here when the initialization of everything else is done up here? Okay, so it's just repeating the warning that we got up here. Save file location not found. Cannot do backups. I didn't copy paste it directly, did I? Save file location. Oh, damn. It's not in that part of the world configuration file. It's in the bit above it. So, world.config is pulling back this lot. Seed and world name are available, as is playstyle and that, but save file isn't available as part of world. At least not so far as I saw. All players default spawn. Let's just check. It's not the right name. I would not put it past it actually being that. It doesn't say UUID, does it? No, it just says a unique identifier. In other words, a location and file name? Indeed. Oh, didn't come up an error this time, which means it's a valid value. Is it the value we need, though? No, it is a UUID. I thought it might be. There's another way around this that isn't too problematic. We have access to the world name. We can, in theory, change or use that to generate what the file name should be on single player. And we can simply say, if this file doesn't exist, then look for default instead, which would handle single player and multiplayer. There may actually be a flag to say whether or not you're playing single player or multiplayer, but I don't know how that's going to react to if you open to LAN. Let me log on to my server. You do not get to watch me do this. You go over here. The location of my server isn't exactly private information, but the login details are. Not going to allow you to hear me type them, much less see me type the usernames. Okay, so if we go into the VS folder and just cat 1.sh. I don't think either of these have it. And that's defined in all of the default folders. If we go into data and we grab the server config, that does list the save file location as default. So it does read it from here, but apparently we can't pull it out of there. Huh. So yeah, it's definitely that value that defines where the save file is. I doubt there's API access to the save file. I can't think of any reason they would want to give us direct access to save file. Server config. Server name, welcome message. Roles, default roles, anti-abuse, whitelist mode, default spawn, allow PvP. Hosted mode. Nah, it was a reasonable shout. Log file split after line. Spawn gap. Interface iServer. My brain's going blank. I think we have to call it. We have made, well, not as much progress as I wanted to when I started, but still more progress than I was expecting to after an hour, or after we were struggling around for an hour. We have the hardest bit done. The only thing left is a fairly simple bit of file manipulation. I'll do this in my own time between now and Thursday. Let's have a quick look at our list of mods. Okay, we're still waiting on 2 mods to be finished. X Skills is updated. I think, yeah, they're still doing a pre-release version for 1.21, but they have a version for 1.21. The things we're waiting on is a culinary artillery and expanded foods. Those are the 2 mods we're missing now. And then we can start our 1.21 playthrough. What we'll do on Thursday, if none of this, or if all of this falls through, I don't know. Thursday is the 11th. I don't think... Let me just check Steam. I think the release date is the 18th. For, what's it called? It's called Jump Space now, rather than Jump Ship. At least for the early access version of it. that is, well, would potentially be an option if it was out, but I don't think it will be. I think yeah, 19th, it's actually next Friday. Yeah, I'll figure something out, but we'll leave it there for today. So, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Thursday from 2 PM BST onwards. Hopefully, we'll have our mod released then. If it is, you will find it. I mean, I think you can find it here anyway. It just doesn't list it publicly. But once it's finished, it will be there, if it is of any use to you. But yeah, we'll leave it there. So thanks again, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.